Yo, 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 guys, it's Thursday, October 26th. You know what that means. It is time for the hearings, dual hearings today. We may be live from Idaho, as I said earlier and yesterday. Thank you for joining me today. I say we get this show on the road ASAP. Let's do this, guys. Thank you for joining me today. I hope you're having a great day. Hey, 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 what's going on, everybody? Happy Thursday to you. Good to see you. Good to have you here. It is the day of dual hearings, as we all know. One of them is open, the other is closed. We, from what I understand, we have a person live from Idaho today. Once he jumps in here, we will be live there with him throughout the day. And I'm excited about that. My fire. Oh, I know. It is pretty. I had to add, I put too many logs on it today. It's really going. You guys see it up there? It's really going. Yeah. 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 So, thank you all for joining me today. Looks like we got 97 peeps in here already with 29 likes. We got to get this up and out into the algorithm for sure. Thank you all for joining me very late last night. I'm sorry I'm late today, guys, but I slept a little longer than I should have because I was up till 2:30 this morning with the main scenario. Very sad scenario, honestly. And the guy is still in a run. Robert Card. So, yes, Miss Kells, I see. Speaking of, oh, yeah, definitely, Jules. So let's see who we got in here with us today. First and foremost, it looks like SRB's back in the house. Good to see you. Josie, good to see you. Good to have you here. Of course, the awesome Mr. Stevie Irwin. Thank you for joining me. Willie, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. CR's in the house. Good to have you here, CR. As always, Miss Girl, good to see you. Crib to Conversions, welcome back. Great to have you here. Let me see here. Katie Quarters in the house. Good to have you back. Good to see you. Miss Josie, always happy to have you. Got to get you multi-stream on Twitch too. I can do that. I just never do it. Jules of all trades. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining me today. I appreciate you so very much. Mitakuye Oyesin again. Thank you for being here. I hope I'm not butchering your name when I say that. I hope to God. Um, let me know if I am. Jay Lit, good to have you back. Sarah Laird, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Let me see here, Miss. No, 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 no. Social Glow, thank you for joining us today. Happy Thursday to you. Sooner Girl, welcome back. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Also, Emma One in the house. Good to have you. Good to see you. Of course, the awesome and amazing Brandy, the OG. Thank you for joining us, Brandy. I appreciate you, dear. Cassie H in the house. Good to have you, Cassie. Good to see you. Deborah Thompson, welcome back to you. Thank you for joining us today. Let me see. Mr. Jesse Schul's in the house tonight today. Good to see you, Jesse. Thank you for joining us, brother. It's been a minute. I think a lot of us have missed you. Good to see you, sir. Charlotte Gross, great to have you here. Good to see you, Mama J. Thank you for joining us again. Great to have you guys. And today, guys, as we're waiting on different things, I'm, curious to hear what people have to say about this. So I may be bringing you guys up to speak on different things. So we'll see what happens. Tina B, good to see you. Thanks for joining us again today. Firefly, always a pleasure. Good to have you. Good to see you again. Deb Tutro, thank you for joining us from over the pond. Good to see you. W. Smith, thank you for being here again. North Carolina Mountain Man, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. Miss Bonnie Bailey, always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Lynn69, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Let me see. Samira Dalvi, thank you for joining us today, dear. Good to see you. Jennifer Stovall, thank you for being here. Mrs. Kelly, always a pleasure to see you. T2014 in the house. Welcome back, 2014. Good to see you. Jeffrey C. Fish and Rice. Alrighty then. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Tomboy Charms back in the house. Good to see you, as well as the Karma Police guys. So you better behave. Better behave today. Let me see here. We got that weird guy Dago up there too, making a comment. I don't know why. Doodlebug, what's going on? Good to see you. A member for 3 whole months. That is so very awesome. Thank you for that. You are appreciated. Let's see. Lady Speedwell in the house. Welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Too Fast for Fleas. It's been a minute. Good to see you. Good to have you. Blessed Joy. Thank you for joining us today. It's great to see you. Eve Lucky, you as well. Red Riding Hood's in the house, running from that big bad whoop again. Thank you for jumping in here with us. I appreciate you so very much. Miss Sherry, the lovely Wisdom Speaks in the house. Thank you for joining us, Sherry. Kyla Delilah, good to see you. Daisy Jones, welcome back. Great to see you. Just Peachy, great to know. Great to see you. Occam's Beard Trimmer in the house. Thank you for joining us today. Absolutely. Thank you for being here, Just Peachy. Valerie Hope, great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us today again. And again, congrats on 3 months with us. Doodle, we appreciate that so very much. Love having you in the family. That's a fact. Yes, RB's in the house. If I missed your name, I did not mean to, but thank you all for being here with us today. You are appreciated so very much. So very much. Jeffrey C. Right. At some point, A.R. Hayes will be joining us live from Idaho based on what he told me yesterday. That's the plan, guys, that we've had. So at some point, he should be jumping in here, and we will be going live with him in Idaho. I'm sorry, Peachy. Sorry. I get that problem all the time. Looks like Red Riding Hood's been a member for 4 months. That's so very awesome. Thank you, and congrats on that one. We appreciate you. Rita Boston in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you, Rita. Josie, Miss Josie, what are you doing? She just gifted 5 memberships. Looks like we got Deb Tudoro, Cindy Lee, Jeffrey C, Tell It to L, and Blessed Joy gifted memberships. Thank you so very much for that. Josie, you're a doll. I appreciate you so very much. Very much, actually. That was sweet of you. Thank you for that. And congrats to those new meatballs. It's great to have you guys in here. Appreciate that. Yeah, he probably couldn't get in anywhere near that one, but the closed session is going on as we speak, right? That's so awesome. So very awesome. Guys, make sure that you have gifting available. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Good to see you, Molly dear. Thank you for joining us. It is morning for the Molly dear. The Molly cat, she's in Idaho herself, guys. So yes, yes, yes. Welcome to the sauce, all you new meatballs. It's great to have you in this family. I appreciate that so very much. Congrats to you all. Again, make sure your gifting is open, guys, so that you can receive memberships when they are gifted. Carrie Louise, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Let me see here. And I guess what did let me see that again, Josie. Since you did that, as I like to try to do from time to time, I guess I can. Guess I can say that I will see your 5 memberships, and I'll raise you 5 more on me. Let's see if that works. Hopefully it does. Let's get 5 more in here. 5 more members in the. There they are. All right, all right. Looks like Mystified Me, Deb Wayforth, Just Peachy was gifted. Too Fast for Fleas and Indigo. I think that's it. All right. Welcome to you guys. Welcome to the sauce. Great to have you here. Looks like Miss Don't Dive. I joined right in with it too. That's so very awesome. No, Josie, I was just joking. Welcome to you guys. I appreciate you guys so very much for being part of this family. And I really do, guys. So thank you so very much. Absolutely. Welcome to all of you. It's great to have you here. Don't Dive is a meatball as well. The Raging Cajun in the house. Thank you for being here today, dear. We appreciate you so very much. Lisa G, good to see you. Leslie Densley Watkins, great to have you here. Good to see you. All Things Silver, welcome. Good to see you. Oh, really now? I told you we weren't anying, but good Lord have mercy. Josie gifted 10 memberships now. Good gracious. Looks like Cassie Hackett, Angela Kerrigan, Kimberly Gammon, Strutter 614, a random Sandy, Stormy, Robert Bell, Yvette Clifton, Thelma's Louise, all the shirts. And I think that was it, wasn't it? Thank you again, Miss Josie. You're amazing. Absolutely amazing. Whole, completely and totally amazing. You guys, I swear to God, rock and roll. Now, you know what, Josie? This is it. I can't do no more after this, my dear, but I'm going to have to see that and I'll hold at that and we'll drop 10 more. There we go. All right. There we go. Miss Leslie Densley Watkins was gifted a membership. That's awesome. Looks like the Steph Show. Tamara Terry, Andy Kane, under review. Sarah Bear, Fancy Nancy, Marietta Rosser, Audrey Cakes. Welcome, Leslie. Let me see here. You see my cards? I'm out. I fold. I'm done after that one, my dear. I am done. You win. You got it. And I thank you so much again. And welcome to all those other meatballs again. Good to have you guys here. That's awesome. I always love seeing new meatballs in there. I appreciate that so very much. You win. I fold. I'm out. I'm done. You got me. But thank you for that, Josie. I do appreciate you so very much. Make sure that your gifting option is on, Sarah. Absolutely. If you can. SRB, I think it was you that threw that up there. If you wouldn't mind, put that little link up there to show how to put that on for everybody that doesn't understand it. Thank you so very much, Mama J. You didn't have to do that. I do appreciate that. Here we go. What the heck? Let's do it again. I like that. All right, all right. Looks like Don't Dive dropped a super sticker as well. Thank you for that so very much. I appreciate you guys. Love you guys to death. Yes, I appreciate the generosity and kindness so very much. What is a noob? A noob, I believe, means just somebody that's new. That's all. New to the fam. Since you just became a member, you're a noob, I guess. I wouldn't call you that, though, because no, no, no. Rowena Moses, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Back in the sauce. That's right, Indigo. Thank you for being here. Like the steam, don't forget. Cassie, good to Newbers. Had to use my daughter's laptop to turn mine on. Oh, okay. I'm waiting for Jenny Jones to walk out. We can go with that one or this one. I don't like that one as much. I need to get better sounds, guys. I don't know. Dakota Parker's in the house. Good to see you. Mystified me. It is going to be busy. That's a fact. That's why we're here all day long. You got to deal with me all day, too. How about that one? Is that my Bryan in the house there? Yes, it is. Bryan Hoffman in the house. Welcome back, Bryan guy. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here with us. I appreciate it. You have to run and get a bigger pot. That's right. Got too many meatballs in here right now. Never too many. Never, never too many. Tracy Barnhill, welcome from Texas. Good to see you. High vibes. Good to see you. Thank you for that. I appreciate you so very much. So we got 30 new members in here today. 31. Sorry about that. 31. We got 93 likes, guys. Let's try to make a match. We got 228 people in here with the 93 likes. If you don't like me, I get it. It's okay. Pretend, if you will, just so we can get this out in the algorithm. Please, please, please. Eve Lucky, good to see you. Nothing half-assed. For Jesse Lynn's in the house. Yeah, we're not going to be able to get anything out of that at all, Jesse. 106 likes. You guys did it. You rock and roll. I appreciate you. Now we're out there. What is going on? Leave a little DNA on that like button as you come in the door, folks. That way we can stay out there today. Over 100 likes. That's all we need to get up and out there. Everybody can see this. Carrie T, thank you for joining us today. Good to see you. Yeah, Gucci. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Leave the damn DNA on the like button, people. Love it. I love it. I love it. Bryan Hoffman dropping a super chat. I appreciate that, Bryan. Thank you so very much, buddy. I appreciate you very, very much. Crystal Lambert, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. I appreciate you. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that as well. How do we get Bryan? We got to get Bryan a membership. Bryan had one once before, I thought. Vix Logic coming through, celebrating her birthday with us at 5 months. That is so very much appreciated. Yeah, that is right. That is right. I don't know where AR is. I hope he got there safe and sound. Nevada Cop, good to see you. And I hope he gets this. Let me see. Let me see. Thank you for joining us again. Jules in chat. Let me see. Karen Klein, great to see you. David Clayton, welcome back, brother. Good to have you here. Just Peachy. I love the name. The U-Haul that the police drove to pick up the victim's belongings was Pennsylvania. No, I didn't notice that, Charlotte. Thank you. They do have those that travel back and forth, and they just, somebody picked it up in PA and then working and listening. Thank you for being here. Agent Redact, thank you for being here today. Good to see you again. Mary Holt, good to have you. Good to see you. Congrats, Miss Layla Stevens, a member for 1 month. That's awesome. We appreciate you. We love having you here. All right. Dana Renee. Saginaw, Michigan in the house. Thank you for joining us. Much love to you as well. We appreciate you. Sue Williams, welcome. Good to see you. Mrs. Kelly, always a pleasure to have you here as always. No. I'm Eastern, so it is 1:28 p.m. here for me. Mary Holt, good to see you again. Everybody should be. Jay Lit, good to see you. What did I say? What did I say about what, Molly? I'm Eastern Standard Time. It's 1:28 p.m. for me. So there she is, the Canadian cat lady's in the house. I hope you're doing better, my dear. Thank you for joining us today. Good to see you here. Good to have you here. And Cassie started her stuff too. Good Lord have mercy. We got Cassie dropping 5 memberships. Looks like Sue Williams was gifted. Crystal Amber. Carrie T. That's awesome. Sue Williams, Crystal Amber, Carrie T. That's 3. Where's the others at? Did it not show them all? Oh, Samira Dalby and High Vibes were gifted as well. That's awesome. Thank you, Cassie, so very much. That's awesome. Welcome, Jackie Bushable. Good to see you. New meatballs in the sauce, guys. We need a meatball song. There's a gummy bear song. We need a meatball song. That would be awesome. It is great to have you here, Cat Lady. I hope you're feeling better, darling. I hope you been worried about you. I really have. Very much so. Looks like Emma dropped a membership as well for Tracy Barnhill. Thank you for that, Emma. And welcome, Tracy. Good to have you here. You're okay. You're okay. So very much. You're fine, Daisy. No worries, dear.
Phantasmic Ether in the house.
Love being able to do that. Welcome, Phantasmic. Great to see you here, dear. Thank you for joining us. Looks like Lynn69 jumping off with her anniversary. 5 months. That's awesome. Thank you for that, Lynn. It's lovely having you in this family. I appreciate that so very much. Loads of love to Dago and everyone in here. We appreciate and love you just as much. But you guys are we're doing it hard today. Good stuff. Yes, happy birthday to Vix. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Karen Klein. Kim Marin's in the house. Good to see you, Kim. Thank you for joining us. It's all right. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm a little tired today, but that's okay. That was a crazy situation, and he's still on still on the run. That's kind of scary, folks. Thank you, Jackie, for the $4.99 super sticker. I appreciate that very, very much. Riley Nicole, good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us today. And looks like CR celebrating her 4 months with us as well. That's appreciated and so very awesome. Thank you for being part of this family. JB, what's going on? All the new meatballs. That's no lie. We got 37 new members in the house. That's awesome. Absolutely awesome. There he is. What's going on, Eddie? Good to see you, my friend. Good to have you here, buddy. Jesse Lynn, always happy to have you. Yeah, I know. It was horrible, Brian. That was horrible. Mizzy D81, thank you for joining us today. That was horrible. Absolutely horrible. Yeah, I went live last night to talk about some other stuff. We were going to have Sarge up here to talk about some things, and that that came across immediately. William Tardy, good to see you, buddy. Thank you for joining us today. So again, I appreciate you guys sticking with me last night on that. Michigan Girl, good to see you as well. T in the house, good to see you. Good to have you here. Yeah, it was a horrible night last night, guys. Very late. And talking about warm milk. Yeah, how about that one? That guy gave me the creeps, I'll be honest with you. It is right now 1:33 p.m. 6:30 p.m. over in the UK. He should be, Peachy, I would think. Yvette Clifton, thank you for joining us. I do appreciate you. Let me see what we got going on over here. Until AR joins us. Let me see. I am in Ohio, Tracy. Let me see. Now we got something I'm going to play for you guys while we're waiting on this. And for something to come across with this as well. Excuse me. Good old Vinny from a Court TV. This came across. This is as of 15 hours ago. Faux Popper, what's going on, buddy? That's right, 8 days to Halloween. Cindy Lee's coming to us from South Africa. That's awesome, Cindy. Miss Potts in the house. What's going on, Annie? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us, Popper. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for being here. Tamara, always a pleasure. I do too. I do too.
Arguments, another jam-packed hour, big night, big cases, and we begin with the biggest one of all, the murder of 4 University of Idaho students. Xana Kernodle, 20 years old. Ethan Chapin, 20 years old. Kaylee Gonzalez, 22, and Madison Mogan, 21 years old. These 4 names, these 4 lives will be forever mingled together, connected, and never forgotten out at the University of Idaho. But there is a trial that needs to take place, and the accused killer who's been charged wants the indictment thrown out. And there's a big hearing tomorrow, and Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter joins us outside that courthouse in Moscow, Idaho, tonight, where already it's getting cold.
Congrats, Kara. Thank you for being here for 3 months. We love you.
Let's start here with the evidence. What is the evidence in this case against this accused killer who wants the indictment tossed?
Well, the prosecutors have so much evidence that they chose to seek the death penalty here and charged him with the top count, which, as you know, Vinny, if he is convicted and sentenced to death, that could possibly even mean death by a firing squad if the lethal injection drug is unavailable. So a perfect time to refresh our viewers on what that evidence is from the prosecution side ahead of this hearing tomorrow. Let's take a look at it. First, we know, of course, the biggest piece of evidence is the DNA that was found on the button of the knife sheath found under Maddie Mo.
Okay, Bryan Enton is going live through Twitter stating that he's outside the Latah County Courthouse, closed to the public. Bryan, KOHBERGER hearing is happening now. He said he would go in for the public hearing this afternoon. The defense is challenging the grand jury indictment. I will live tweet from the court this afternoon and have the latest on News Nation, of course. So that is the scenario as of right now. Of course, we know and knew that there would be nothing that we could touch with this first hearing today. So
Murders Vinny, that 2013 white Hyundai Elantra we've seen on video, and his cell phone data that aligns with that suspected route. We showed you night after night retracing those steps from that affidavit. And as of today, though, because he did waive his right to a speedy trial, the October trial date, of course, was vacated. We don't have a trial date yet for his death penalty case.
But we do have 2 hearings tomorrow. Can you give us some of the details of those 2 hearings?
Absolutely. Well, there's the first hearing. It's a closed hearing, so we won't be able to be in there and be privy to the details because it involves the workings of a secret
nobody's able
grand
to
jury
get to the hearing this
proceeding.
morning or
So
this
that closed
afternoon.
hearing
This
is
first
9:30
one is
local time,
completely
12:30
closed.
Eastern, and it's taking up a
Oh.
motion from the defense to dismiss the indictment to, well, based on
Give me one moment, folks. I'm trying to find something. Okay. I'm here. I'm here. Reverend Cynthia, good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. I shouldn't be muted. You guys should be able to hear me. All right. Let me see here. Okay, guys. I'm just looking. Sorry, I'm here. Annie Ruler, good to see you. Party of 5, welcome. Hiroshima in the house. What's going on? Good to see you guys today. Good to have you here. Susie Storm, thank you for joining us. Got 308 amazing peeps in here today. Hope you're having a wonderful day, guys. And hopefully it's going to be better because we're all together. Like I always say, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. I hope it's good for you because it's good for me to be here with you guys. And I would rather not spend my day with anybody other than you. Welcome, Cricket. Good to see you. Mitakuye. God, I want to say that right. I am feeling so much better, Ashley. Thank you for being here today. I still got a little cough and some stuff going on, but the joys of getting older. As you can see, as I'm growing my beard in, it's almost all white. Guess I'm gonna have to get some of that Just for Men stuff. What do you think, guys? The way I don't look so old. LR, thank you for joining us. D Daughter, welcome. Good to have you here. Thank you, Brandy. I appreciate that so very much. Again, guys, this is not expected by any means. Anybody that would like to support the channel in that sense via Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal, it is definitely not expected, but so beyond appreciated. Thank you in advance for that. Carrie Louise, good to see you. Misty Jane, thank you for joining us as well. I know, Brandy, I'm not allowed to dye anything. But come on, guys. Deep Soul Diving, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I just feel like I look super old when I have, you know what I mean? And I'm gonna be, thank you, Misty and Jesse. Appreciate you guys. I'm gonna be 49 the 23rd of next month. So I don't know. I feel like I look older than that. I don't know. Oh yeah, we got to get Bryan down here in the sauce. Kills 49. Last year in the 40s, folks. I'll be 50 next year. Wow. I can't even imagine that. That's so crazy. Was just talking to my wife about that. Not KT, what it do? Good to see ya. Wonder what it would sound like.
What it do?
Okay, just had to do it. Crystal Amber, 2 days after BK. Yeah, I know. It's on Thanksgiving this year. I know. Look at this guy, 47 years old. He looks great, full head of hair, and it's just starting to get. But he's getting that side stuff, like what's his name? Oh God, Ricardo Montalban or whatever his name was. I think. Anyway, Mr. Jesse Schul, Mr. Class. It's one thing I can say. I'm not going bald. I've receded a little here, but it's not too bad. The newspaper boss and Spider-Man. Yeah, there you go. I can't think of his name. Good Lord. 50s are better than 40s. We're only as old as we feel, you guys, which physically I feel like I'm 90 because of my injuries and stuff like that, but mentally I could say I'm still in my 20s. Great to have you here, Jesse. Murky, good to see you. 54. We have a great crew of people in here. The generational, you know what I mean? The variety, I love it too. What's going on? Shelly, good to see you. Yeah, I started turning gray probably when I was 30, 31, and it went quick, real quick. And I noticed it's kind of funny because over the summer, I was sitting outside, getting a little sun, all that fun stuff. And I had my shirt off, getting the sun, and I happened to look down and I noticed 4 or 5 gray hairs right here. And I'm hairy, I'm Italian, you know how that goes. And I looked down and seen him, was like, oh no. My wife starts laughing. She was like, it's happening. I said, yeah, no. I can't imagine having gray chest hair. That's crazy. But it's happening, folks. It is. Um, Cowboy in the house. What's going on, buddy? Good to see you. 40 years old and starting law school. Congrats. That's awesome. Good for you. I don't think I can handle that one, Josie. That I'll have to shave him. That's crazy. Bee boop. What's up? Wait till you get white eyebrow hair. See, I don't know. I hope that never happens. That's crazy. This mask thing on the right side of the screen. Are you talking about this back here? I'm sorry. Just hanging there. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. I moved it once. My son put it back. Space Junkie 69. Good to see you. I hope that all goes very well for you, Bryan. I've been worried about you and been praying for you, my friend, and you're always in my thoughts, brother. I hope that goes well. I really do. There's a few of us that worry about you regularly. When you weren't around for a while, Mama Bear was going nuts, not knowing where you were. I was too. A lot of us were. So you got to keep us one way or another in the loop as to what's going on and where you're at and how you're doing. No problem, Cricket. What if I dyed my hair blue, guys? Like the fire or green or something crazy? I mean, I'm too old for that, right? Yes, that's a fact. We do. We love you. We very much love you, Bryan. You're a very important part of this community, this family, and just a good friend. And we do care about you very deeply, my friend. All of us. Do Jules said, do it. Do it, Dago, do it. My kid wanted me to do that. That's right, Firefly. I've heard that a lot. Life begins at 50. Hey, maybe I'll be able to do something here. I've always wanted to go road tripping in an RV. Could you guys imagine if I could do that? If we could do like live streaming daily from an RV going all over the place? I think that would be a blast. I could stop off at different places and meet up with you guys wherever you are, stuff like that. Bad boy, what's up? It is not a fireplace, my friend. It is actually a TV that I have back here in the den, and it's just a 4K YouTube channel. Pretty nice though. I like it. Of course, I would go to Idaho very, very shortly and quickly. I'd go right through. I'd go to Idaho Falls, and that's it. Nowhere near Moscow, though. I promise you that. I think that would be awesome. I was talking to my wife about that, like breaking it up and doing, um, like a few weeks and then coming home, and then a few weeks and then coming home. You know what I mean? I think that'd be a blast. But I got to get Caden's got one more year of school, and then he's 18. Once that, he can either go with us if we were to do it, or I'd have to be quite a bit larger than I am here, guys, to be able to afford something like that. Yeah, that was going to be my other question too, is how to do the internet, because I would have to have internet, obviously. Cammy Q's in the house. Good to see you, dear. And anyway, I just think it would be a blast. Starlink internet. Is that what that is? That like it travels around? I think it'd be a blast. I really do. I want to go. I want to go to all the places where you guys are. Seriously. I would have to bring Caden to see Molly, of course. They love each other. They do. Like mother and son. It's weird. I definitely would want to go down to the to meet the Cajuns, the Raging Cajun down there in Louisiana. I'd want to go everywhere. They're in court right now, Cowboy, for the first hearing. To every internet company has mobile internet, $10 a month. I have Wi-Fi just for my car. Wow, really? That's cool. And of course, I would need to get the best I could get since I'd be traveling. Oh, I would definitely go to Minnesota, hook up with Eddie, and check you. Absolutely, Jesse. And of course, I'd have to make my way down to Texas, as much as I don't want to. I'd have to get a bubble suit with air conditioning because I hate the heat and I could not handle it. Couldn't handle it. Again, just real quick, Robert Card is no longer a person of interest. He is now a suspect, and there are arrest warrants for murder for him now. Talking about driving around an RV, I'm thinking of going on a cleansing diet and giving The Rock and Joe Rogan a run. Hey, I would vote for you. RV when I'm 70. Do your thing. Do your thing, Jesse. Hell yeah, brother. Never fails. Sorry about that. Starlink equipment's expensive and monthly rate is cheap. Yeah, I'd have to look into that. I would definitely do that though if I had that option. Like I said, if my channel became very, very good, very, very popular, I guess you could say, and I was doing very well, it's something that I've talked about doing. My wife has wanted to do it her whole life. Tattletale's good to see you. No meat November. Good bless you. God bless you, and good luck, KT. That's scary. I agree, Polly. I definitely agree. I hope they apprehend him soon. I would definitely go to. I'd be in every state, folks. Every state. $100 a month for 4 megabytes per second internet per 2. Oh my god. See, that's about what I'm paying now, Stevie. It's horrible. What's up, Jazz King? It's crap. It's just crap. You guys know that. You've been around long enough to see the issues I have. I pay almost $200 a month for what I have. It's ridiculous. $180. It's insane. Absolutely insane for what I have. Andy Kane, welcome back. Good to see you, buddy. Golf Inspector General's in the house. Welcome. Good to have you here, dear. Hope you're doing good today. Deborah Ackland, thank you for joining us. We got 322 beautiful people in here today, guys. You guys rock and roll. I love it. I appreciate you. Please make sure you're leaving a little bit of DNA on that like button as you're coming in the door. That's very important. Of course, click that bell. That way you don't miss nothing. All right. What do you know, Brian? Anything new? Not a thing yet. I knew it was going to kind of be a little quiet for a minute. I'm waiting on AR to jump in here so that we can throw him up here. Your phone's tweaking. Well, by the way, Andy, I don't know if you noticed, but somebody gifted you a membership. You are now in the sauce with the rest of the meatballs, my friend, and welcome and congrats. Oh yeah, absolutely, we would definitely have to hook up with Phantasmic in Minnesota. Becky Schreider, good to see you. I wouldn't get to hang out with the peeps overseas, but yeah, that's a good point, Josie. Multiple red flags. Multiple red flags. Nothing. Blows my mind. Good afternoon, Kim. Good to see you. The hearing that's going on right now is closed. The one this afternoon will be open, and hopefully we will have access to that. Yeah, that's something I've been seriously talking about, though, you guys, with Brandy, the Mrs. Dago. Welcome, Lisa Vallejo. Good to see you. Going out in the snow. Oh no, it's happening. I'm sorry to hear that. If you come to Cali, I have puppies. Okay, Gary. Lisa and Cannoli, welcome. Good to see you. I would have to have a good RV. You know what I mean? A good one that we could live in comfortably. Jules says a Coast Guard boat is patrolling the waters of Kennebec River. Maybe not the ocean, but damn, right. I hope they get this guy. I really do. Yeah, I know, Daisy. Molly told me last night when I was in Discord with her and Mama Bear, that it was trying to snow in Idaho already. I am not ready for that shit. Not even remotely. Thank you very much, Brandy. I appreciate that. Miss Kara Willis, do a UK tour. It's 14 hours on a ferry to me from Aberdeen, Scotland. That would be that is my dream. That is my dream, folks, to be able to go to the UK, Ireland, Scotland, where the other half, of course, Italy, the other half of my family, which is right, basically Transylvania and that realm over there. I would love to see all of that. Australia. David has been trying to get me to go to Australia for almost 3 years now. It would be great. Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree, Annie. Nothing but red flags with the shooter in Maine. Military issued ID, reservist who's a petroleum expert, able to virtually time travel to multiple locations. Boston ATF helping, of course, FBI as well. Red flags all the way around. This guy should have been stepped on before he could get out the door and do this. It's sad. Tamara says, oh my God, Molly. I'm sorry, hon. Poor Molly. You guys. I swear, like she had snow all the way into like May this past year. It's crazy. Sunshine, a dragonfly. Good to see you here. Thank you for joining us. It's been wonderful here, guys. We're in like the mid to high 70s, and it's been sunny and beautiful. I love it. We cooked on food. Our dinner was on a grill last night again. You know, it had gotten cold there, but I know next week it's probably going to drop into the sub-zero weather. But that's what I called it last year, Molly. Alaska, Alaska ho, Alaska, Ida, Alaska. Yes, always snowing. Every time we talk to Molly, it's snowing again. She was sending pictures upon pictures. They had like 8 feet of snow like all year long. It was crazy. Montana's getting blasted. Mystic Virgo, what's going on? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Good to have you guys here today. Yeah. Lady Speedwell, wonderful to see you. Ireland, I have always wanted to go to Ireland. My wife is Irish. Like, she's Irish and French, period. That's it. So, which is probably why she's so beautiful, but you know. I will not relinquish my Second Amendment right in exchange for a fake sense of safety from our crooked and inept government. So sorry if that offends some. I still love you. And we love you too, Annie. I understand that. I absolutely understand that. North Carolina's in the 70s. I've never been to the Carolinas. I've always wanted to go. Never. Montana and South Dakota got the snow first this year. Yeah. Reverend Cynthia says it's 14 with 10 inches of snow. What? Where are you at again? That's insane. That's right. Yeah, definitely, Josie. Definitely. Definitely stubborn. But at the same time, she's got the biggest heart on this planet. Most beautiful person inside and out you'll ever meet. Oh yeah, we do it too, Kim, in the wintertime. Sometimes I'll do it in my garage. Just depends. It's not that bad 'cause we have a wood stove in our garage, and we can heat it up out there real quick. Brian, it's a wonderfully sleazy Disneyland, the French Quarter. I've always wanted to go to New Orleans. Always. The Richards in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Good to have you here. Been a minute. Awesome. Yes. That's one thing I love. Like Michael 007, and he's not in here right now, I don't think, but he has a channel. What's up, Red? Good to see you, buddy. And he takes photographs of a lot of the architecture. He just went to Ireland not too long ago and brought back pictures on his page. And it was really, really beautiful stuff. I've always wanted to see the architecture over there. Yeah, I think he is too, Jules. I think last night they saw his vehicle parked by a boat launch. That's where I think he's at. I think he's in the water. I think this guy had this whole thing planned. And Jennifer McLaughlin, welcome from Spokane. Sherry Ann, good to see you. I think he had this whole thing planned out, had everything ready to go, just did what he did, and that's why he's gone. On the water or in the water. Either way. I think they're gonna have a very hard time finding him. Coast Guards patrolling the waters of the Kennebec River. Oh wow, that had to have been beautiful, Mrs. Kelly. Yeah, right, Salty. Very well planned. Very, very well. That's why nobody could get their hands on him. He was quick too. And last night, at some point, uh, it came across the scanner that they were watching a brown Ford F-150 that was circling Cumberland Farms, the block of Cumberland Farms in Maine with the hazards on with veteran plates, and they were saying that it was a possible second suspect. And I never heard anything else from that. Oh, right, Pamela. I think he's gone, and I don't think they'll get him. I hate to say that, but I think he's gone. With his training. Oh, okay, Jesse. Thank you, my friend. With his training, I just don't think. If they do get him, it's going to be amazing, in my opinion. Oop, 1 minute, folks. Let me check this out here. I got to get this Twitter loaded into my computer here so that I can use it here like this. Why is it not giving it to me? Oh, that would be why. There we go. Boom. Oh, good Lord, Jesse. What are you doing to me? Wow, that is beautiful. Vacation in Malaysia. Wow. Beautiful. Is this what you're doing right now, Jesse? Oh Lord, the food. Mr. Jesse's in vacationing in Malaysia and he's still tuning in. That is awesome. I appreciate that, Jesse. That is where he is. Check it out. That's awesome. I hope you're having a good time, my friend. You deserve it. All that hard work that you put in. That's beautiful. Wow. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous. I'm jealous. Jealous, but well, what is that? Whoa. That looks like it would be super spicy, whatever that is. Looks tasty, though. Bogart Villanueva tuning in from Bermuda. Hey, that's awesome. Thank you for joining us, Bogart. Infinity pools are really cool, I know. Beautiful. My wife's always wanted one. Actually, I have too. Damn, Jesse, this stuff looks great. Here we go with the food again, folks. Focus. That looks amazing. A butter chicken. Okay. Damn. Is all this stuff spicy? Yoy. That's awesome. Let me see some here. Thank you for those photos, Jesse. I appreciate that. I know, Katie. I'm trying to avoid that myself. Kim Jocelyn, thank you. Not yet. I'm following Twitter, trying to make sure there's nothing yet. I don't think anybody's going to have anything. This is closed. This one is. So this is going to be hard to get any good info off of. I'm sure there's going to be leaks, but it's going to be rough. I'm waiting to see what's going on with AR. Oh, that's Indian food. Buttered chicken with naan bread. Oh, God. Like tikka masala type stuff. That's that Malaysian food. Trickles into Australia and is amazing. So has it got like an Indian feel to it? I never had Malaysian food. Is it Indian or is it more along the lines of an Asian effect? Butter chicken. It just sounds good. Proper peanut sauce, yes. I haven't, Salty. That's what I was just saying, hon. I'm looking to see. Let me check my emails. And I hope to God he got there safe and sound. First and foremost, but give me a moment, folks. Let's see what we got here. I need to have a direct contact with him. Let me see. Give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to get to him specifically. One moment, folks. I can't do Indian. Welcome, Jeanette Waypole. I can't do Indian food. It's bad. Really hard on my stomach. Let me see. I wish I had a direct number to him. Damn it. I should have gotten that a long time ago. All right, let's see if this works. Maybe. Nothing yet. Joy, come on, buddy. Get a hold of me. Jump in here. Something. Chili and rice. Cool. Hold on 1 minute. All right, yeah, nothing yet. Whoa, slow down there. All right. Let me see. One moment, folks. One moment, everybody. No, that was one thing I was definitely looking for. Trying to get myself together. I wish it wasn't so quiet with this hearing stuff. I really do. Drives me nuts that it's completely locked out, you know. And hold on a minute here. I'm gonna double check something. Anytime now. Good lord. Like I said, the only new documents that dropped overnight, there's 3 that dropped for media requests for Creme, Points Authorities Podcast, and Lewiston Tribune. So nothing new. Damn. I was wondering if some things were going to drop. Welcome, Sunshine. Good to see you. Seema Turner, good to have you here. Yeah, we're not going to get anything out of anything. We're going to have to pray. Let me see here. Oh, let me check Twitter, guys. Hold on. Hold on, guys. I'm scanning multiple Twitter sites to see if anything anything has come through, and it hasn't yet. All right. I can't have you guys sitting here bored like this. So what I will do is put this back on. Now, this is the old hearing, just to give you guys a little insight keep it kind of up to date. This was put up 17 hours ago through Court TV again, or Law and Crime. I'm sorry. But anyway, this will just keep us going with some stuff until we get some info. There we go.
Understand the charge in count one. Yes.
A hearing in Bryan Kohberger's case this week is shrouded in secrecy as his legal team asks the judge to throw out the indictment, charging him with the murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
I would say this is more than, a really big hill for them to climb. This is like Mount Everest they're trying to climb here.
Thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. I'm Anjanette Levy. Bryan Kohberger's lawyers have filed 2 motions asking Judge John Judge to either dismiss the indictment against him or to send the case back to a lower court for a preliminary hearing. In a preliminary hearing, a prosecutor calls witnesses, think detectives or crime lab analysts or even eyewitnesses, to show a judge there's probable cause that a defendant committed a crime. Defense attorneys like preliminary hearings because they get to cross-examine witnesses before trial. And sometimes they learn information that can help the defense. That didn't happen in this case. Instead, the Latah County prosecutor chose to present the case to a grand jury, which is done behind closed doors without Kohberger or his lawyer present.
I knew from the get-go that this was almost assuredly going to be a case that was brought before the grand jury.
Edwina Elcox is a criminal defense attorney in Idaho who's following Kohberger's case. She explained why it wasn't surprising that a grand jury was impaneled.
You have a large amount of media speculation and public speculation about the case. You have the victims, families, and also the other roommates that were there and other potential witnesses in the case. And so I think to protect the integrity of the proceeding, the grand jury was almost assuredly the route the prosecution was going to take. Now, absolutely, do I understand why the defense would have preferred preliminary hearing route, right? You get the first shot at the state's witnesses and the evidence, and the state doesn't get to solely control that narrative. But I do not think that it is surprising at all that the prosecution elected to utilize the grand jury.
Kohberger claims the grand jury was biased and that the grand jury heard inadmissible evidence. Kohberger also claims the indictment should be dismissed or he should get a preliminary hearing.
Our AR is supposed to be in
Prosecutorial
Moscow right
misconduct.
now.
I
I'm
think
waiting to
if
hear from him so that we can pull him up here with us.
Any area where there would be a solid or a theoretical solid challenge, it would be the impaneling of the grand jury, right? We have a very, very small community.
I think he's in jail,
a small
Sherry. I
county.
thought he was.
And so obviously when you have a case of this magnitude with not only national attention, international attention, it would be very, very hard to seat
That's
a
exactly
jury
it, Jesse.
locally that had no preconceived notions or frankly hadn't heard about the case at all.
Kohberger did not enter a plea at his arraignment in May.
Your Honor, we will be standing aside.
Because Mr. Kohberger is standing silent, I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on each charge.
Kohberger's attorney Ann Taylor said he stood silent to preserve his right to challenge the indictment. But the information the defense is using to support their claims is sealed. A hearing on that motion is closed to the public this Thursday, an incredibly rare occurrence in a criminal case. So what could
What's
possibly
up, buddy?
happen
Thanks for
at
joining
that
us, Ron
hearing?
John. Appreciate
I
you,
would
bud.
imagine that there is going to be evidence presented, whether that is through documentary evidence, witnesses, and live testimony, right? But when you have a motion of this nature, it's not something that the defense can just theorize about, right? And to make this argument and to ask the court to make the ruling to ultimately dismiss the indictment in this case, it can't be
No, Annie, I
theoreticals, and it
don't.
can't
If
be
you would like to send me that, I would
hypotheticals.
definitely
I would
appreciate
imagine
that,
the
dear.
defense has to have some
Send it to my
really
email if you don't mind.
concrete
Annie Ruler, I
evidence
really
to show
appreciate that.
this is what happened, Judge. or these series of things are what happened. And this is why this indictment cannot stand. I mean, this in my mind is not a case that
Nobody is,
this
Casey.
motion is not a
This hearing right
situation
now is
where it can
closed
just
to
be
everybody
legal
and
theory and
everything.
argument. You're going to have to present to the judge some absolute concrete evidence, testimony, and otherwise to convince the judge
What we're watching
there is
right now is
something
old
that
guys
occurred that warrants
kind
the
of give a
dismissal that the defense is seeking in this
keep us
case.
busy for
Police
a
have
little bit.
cited circumstantial evidence, such as touch DNA and cell phone records, in making the case that Kohberger murdered students Kaylee Gonsalves, Maddie Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xander Kernodle nearly 1 year ago. Kohberger's second motion to dismiss the indictment claims prosecutors did not present enough evidence to grand jurors. They cite the Idaho Constitution that says the grand jury ought to find an indictment when all the evidence before
That's
them,
very
taken
possible,
together, if unexplained or uncontradicted, would, in their judgment, warrant a conviction by a trial jury. That's different from the probable cause standard currently used. Idaho attorney Tara Malik on that argument.
What the defense has been arguing here is that the same standard that's used at trial to convict someone, so beyond a reasonable doubt, should be used at the grand jury stage as well. Both in a preliminary hearing route, had the state gone that way, or in the grand jury proceeding, the standard has been under modern jurisprudence, this probable cause, more likely than not, 51% standard that a crime was committed and this individual is the one that committed the crime. And so for the defense to come in and argue now that we should throw all of that out, all of these courts who've interpreted this statute as it comes to the standard of proof are wrong, and we need to go back to, or we need to go to this high beyond a reasonable doubt burden is not a novel argument, but one that has been pretty soundly rejected by the courts.
Is this a case of the defense literally doing everything they can to challenge this case? Because, I mean, maybe the legislature needs to go back, or the voters of the state need to go back and amend this part of the Idaho Constitution. But it just seems to me this is not going to be an argument that flies, although I give them points for creativity.
Yeah, I mean, I think the defense is in a really tough spot with this case. What we know so far, and admittedly, we haven't seen everything. We're not privy to the discovery that's gone back and forth between the state and the defense team here. But what we've seen and what we know so far presents a pretty compelling picture and a pretty compelling theory of the case that the state has here against Bryan Kohberger. And so
Thanks,
I'm
Bob
sure
Gage,
that the
and
defense
thank
is
you for
looking
joining
at
us.
every route
Michael Wimmer.
and really holding the state to its standard of proof,
There's
as
my
well as
email,
making
Annie.
sure that the state has followed all the rules that it needs to follow. But I would say this is more than, a really big hill for them to climb. This is like Mount Everest they're trying to climb here with this legal argument.
Bryan Kohberger remains in the Latah County Jail, where he's held without bail. Law and
Thanks,
Crime will
buddy.
bring you the public portion of Thursday's motion hearing on our YouTube channel, so stay tuned. For Law and Crime, I'm Anjanette Levy.
I agree, Ron John. I definitely agree. There's something else I was going to show you guys too. I thought this was kind of interesting. If you guys have already seen it, my apologies.
We begin with breaking news out of North Idaho.
Just a moment ago, Moscow police confirmed 4 people were found dead in a home.
Xander Kernodle.
I'm sorry.
Santa, you will not be forgotten. You have impacted so many lives and have given people so much love. I hope I can make you proud and try to leave an impact on this world and on people like you did.
When the baby, welcome. Good to see you.
We are eternally grateful that we spent so much time with him, because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
Madison Mogan.
So just smart and funny and beautiful. She was just nice to everybody.
Kaylee Gonsalves. They shared everything. They came here together. They eventually get into the same apartment together. And in the end, they died together.
The Idaho murders rocked the small town of Moscow, captured the national attention. We'd soon learn that 4 college students were stabbed to death, murdered weeks before Thanksgiving. It would take police thousands of tips, hundreds of interviews before arresting Bryan Kohberger, the suspected killer. Let's go back to November of 2022, when this all started.
First, my deepest condolences to the families. And friends of Ethan, Kaylee, Zena, and Madison. Excuse me. Their loss has been devastating, and they were bright lights in our community.
The 4 victims were found dead around noon on Sunday, November 13th, 2022, in a house just off the University of Idaho's campus, after another roommate called police.
The results of autopsies indicated that the 4 were stabbed multiple times and were likely asleep during the attack. Some had defensive wounds, and there was no sign of sexual assault.
Police say all 4 had been out until about 2 that morning before returning home. Documents show Xana Kernodle was awake around 4 a.m. She was on TikTok and ordered food through the app DoorDash. One of the surviving roommates told officers she woke up and heard what she thought was crying from Kernodle's room about 4:17 in the morning. A security camera about 50 feet from the wall of Kernodle's bedroom picked up distorted audio of what sounded like a whimper, followed by a loud thud and a dog barking. The roommate says she opened her door and saw a man in black clothing and a mask. Court documents say that man walked by her and out of a back sliding glass door. The roommate then locked herself in her room.
At this crime scene, we collected 103 pieces of individual evidence. We took approximately 4,000 photographs. We've conducted multiple 3D scans of the residence, and we have hundreds of hours used by technicians and investigators.
Outside the house, police say the suspect's alleged movements played a big role in connecting him to the crime scene. Using cell phone records and security camera video, investigators determined Kohberger's car and cell phone left the Washington State University campus, where Kohberger lives, at 2:44 a.m. on the night of the murders, headed for Moscow. Investigators say at 2:47 a.m., Kohberger's phone was either turned off or put in airplane mode. It didn't come back on until 4:48 that morning. A white sedan matching Kohberger's Hyundai Elantra was spotted in the area of the murder scene from 3:29 a.m. until 4:20 a.m. Court documents show the vehicle drove by the house 3 times, about 3:30 in the morning, before leaving the road. Then at 4:04, the car returned to the street and parked.
All right, guys,
Then
I got a
left
message
the
into
scene at a
AR.
high
We'll see
rate
what
of speed
happens.
at about 4:20 in the
Hopefully it's not
morning.
too busy.
The suspect's car was spotted back on the
I'm
Washington
here
State
though.
campus at
CH
5:25 a.m.
Min, welcome. Good to
However,
see
that
you.
wasn't the first time that
Nelly
Kohberger's
B,
car was
good to have you
near
here,
the victim's
dear.
house. Was Kohberger stalking the victims? That's a question investigators sought to answer when they obtained
Eric
a search
Field,
warrant
thank you
for
for joining
records
us.
from
Rachel Smith,
Kohberger's
good
cell
to see
phone.
you.
Court records say on at least 12 occasions prior to the murders, including one time back in August,
Yes,
Kohberger's
yes, we
phone
did
was
talk about that,
detected near
Rachel,
the
for a
murder
minute.
scene
Thank you
in
for
late evening
reminding us.
and early morning hours.
That was
2
something
weeks into
interesting
the
to see
murder
too.
investigation, a break in the case.
Eric says,
On November
how can the
25th, police
judge
asked the
allow the
public to be on the
prosecution to
lookout for a
ignore
white
none
Hyundai
requests
Elantra.
for
On
discovery?
November 29th,
Time
a
to throw out some
WSU
evidence
police
to test
officer
the
looked
perimeters.
up Elantras registered at the
Limiting
school.
prosecution
One
from
of
pushing
those
limits.
was
That's a good point, Eric.
Kohberger's. Investigators tracked him from Washington State to Pennsylvania in mid-December in that same car.
Hello. How you doing? How y'all doing today? I will say that
Bombshell, what's going on?
But it was DNA evidence that solidified Kohberger as investigators' prime suspect. The 18-page affidavit says the Idaho State Lab found a single source of male DNA labeled suspect profile on the button snap of a knife sheath left at the crime scene.
The reason DNA is so compelling is because it is a unique signature. Unless you have an identical twin, no one has your exact DNA.
Cece Moore is the chief genetic genealogist with Parabon. She pioneered the genetic technology used in solving cases like the Golden State Killer. The techniques can crack a case with a tiny sample of DNA.
Based on the affidavit in this case, it looks like touch DNA is likely what they had to work with. That's just skin cells.
Kohberger's affidavit shows that on December 27th, Pennsylvania agents took trash from his parents' home in Albrightsville.
The Supreme Court, the federal Supreme Court, has ruled that when we throw something away, we are abandoning that. So we are abandoning our DNA everywhere we go. And it has been ruled, at least so far, that that's fair game for law enforcement.
That trash was sent to the Idaho State Lab, and within a day, the lab had another profile.
It certainly appears that they retrieved his father's DNA from the trash.
Investigators reporting more than 99.9% of the male population is not expected to be the suspect's biological father.
Those are the ones that we hear in court. Those are the ones we hear law enforcement using as evidence, that there's a 1 in huge number chance that anybody else could be that DNA contributor or be the parent of that DNA contributor.
3 days after the investigators went through the trash, Kohberger was arrested at his parents' home on December 30th. Early on, police learned Kohberger had an above-average understanding of police investigative tactics. According to court records, Kohberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology, cloud-based forensics.
He was definitely well-mannered, very intelligent.
He received his associate's degree in psychology at Northampton Community College in Pennsylvania in 2018. He then went on to DeSales University, also in Pennsylvania, for his bachelor's degree, then his master's in criminal justice. He studied under renowned criminal psychologist Catherine Ramsland, whose books include The Mind of a Murderer and How to Catch a Killer.
He was definitely selectively quiet. I think once you got him going on something that he was interested in, it was very clear that that was where he would take the initiative and say, hey, here's how much I know about this thing.
In May, just before he graduated, authorities confirmed he posted this Reddit survey asking participants to, quote, provide information.
Like I said, we'll see what happens if he gets back to me. I left my voicemail as well.
Decision making when committing a crime. He asked questions like, how did you leave the scene? How did you accomplish your goal? And how did you
guys, I'm
approach
gonna mute
the
this for a
victim?
few minutes. My wife is vacuuming.
Investigators
in the background,
also now know Kohberger applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Kohberger wrote in his essay he had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. During his time at Washington State University, Kohberger was listed as the teaching assistant for 3 undergrad classes in the Criminal Justice Department. He completed 1 semester in WSU's PhD program before he was arrested.
You never expect someone to do that, and I think it would be, not truthful to say like, oh yeah, I definitely saw it coming, but like really thinking about it, like it's not that.
It's a woman power.
Kohberger was extradited to Idaho January 4th. He remains behind bars without bail.
A criminal complaint was filed yesterday here in Latah County, charging the defendant, Mr. Kohberger, with 4 counts of first-degree murder, in addition to felony burglary.
The next step in the legal process is a preliminary hearing, where prosecutors present evidence and witnesses in an open court. The judge will also decide whether to send the case to district court. That hearing is set for the week of June 26th. Kohberger will then have an arraignment hearing, where he will enter a plea of guilty or not guilty.
If the prosecutors and the defendants want to, they can engage in plea negotiations. Otherwise, both sides will begin to prepare their case for trial. Unclear how quickly a trial could occur.
So how strong is the case against Kohberger?
What the police have done here is generated a host of circumstantial pieces of evidence. So, we have a car here, we have a sheath here, we have a surveillance footage at this time, and we have this. And together, that overall circle paints a picture of we can put this person here at this particular time when these happen.
What we don't know yet is if Moscow police have found the murder weapon likely a knife similar to this one, or if they've confirmed a motive. But University of Idaho Assistant Professor of Law Sam Newton says it's safe to assume they're still gathering evidence, meaning new tips are still helpful.
They think they have enough to sustain at least an arrest and moving forward there. They may not feel like they have enough to prove it beyond a reasonable
I don't
doubt.
have anything
And
as
so
yet.
releasing the name of a suspect
Yeah,
to the
something I
public
was
allows
talking
the
about
police
the
to
other
get more
day with
information to solidify their
Sarge.
case.
Newton
Kind of
says the
interesting because I
defense
thought
may
that I had had
consider
a long
options
time
like
ago.
asking to move the
He brought it
case
up
to another
too.
jurisdiction, and will comb through the other tips collected. If
Okay,
Kohberger
thank
were
you,
to be
Murky.
convicted,
Thank you.
sentencing
Appreciate
could
that.
range up to the death penalty.
The maximum penalty for this offense, if you were to plead guilty or be found guilty, is death or imprisonment for life. Do you
You're talking about
understand?
this night
Yes,
chief.
lethal
Okay.
injection is permitted in some cases in the state of Idaho and
What
Layton
if,
County.
and this is just
Prosecutor
purely a
Bill Thompson
speculative
will
theory,
ultimately
guys.
make the
Nothing about this as
determination
in facts
of whether or not the
to
death
base
penalty
anything
is
on.
pursued here.
What I'm about to
But he's
say.
not talking.
We are limited on what we are
But
allowed by the
based on what we
courts to
know,
say outside of
okay,
the courtroom.
The court's
you
gag
know, it was
order
stated
means
before that
investigators
it's
can't release
possible that these
information
kids
until the
knew
facts
something
are
was going to
exposed
go
in court
down.
or in public
Okay.
documents.
There appear to be indications
And the
that the
way that the night
magistrate
chief was
judge
found,
does have some concerns
very
about
interestingly enough,
information that could be released to the
was
public
tucked.
and therefore prevent.
Yeah, sorry about that, Firefly. Anyway, it was tucked underneath Maddie, underneath the blanket, all of that, right? We know that. So, what if this weapon was something given to, we'll say Maddie maybe, or Kaylee even, but we'll just say Maddie for right now. What if it was given to her for protective purposes? Okay, and the way that she had it, tucked up underneath her, she's laying in her bed, going to bed for the night. Glass cleaner. I love the way this stuff smells. And that was just there. What's up, Christy? Eamon Alsawar, thank you for joining us. Right. So, what if it was something that was there that she had for her own protection, that she slept with it? Okay. And it just so happened to be there, and that whoever was responsible grabbed it and used it in that sense. Okay. I'm talking about not the sheath, Tamara, the whole knife, sheath and all. And whoever did this took the knife with them, left the sheath there. They pulled it out of the sheath and then took the knife when they were done. Sarge brought that up to me too. And it was something I thought about months ago. And I was like, I wonder if possible. Right. That's what I'm saying, Nelly. Like that to me, it makes a lot more sense than the way this all has gone down in a sense. You know what I mean? It's a good question, Willie. That's a great question, actually. So anyway, just a theory, guys, a thought. But what I'm gonna do now, since we're still waiting on some things, and there's nothing we can really do, is I'm gonna bring you guys up here now with me. Those of you that want to, of course. And we're gonna talk, guys, while we're waiting, and give you guys some options to put your thoughts out there about different things, different thoughts, different theories, whatever. Just give you guys the platform to be able to speak on this today, especially today. So I'm going to go ahead and drop a link here for you guys. Right, Jeffrey, that's my thought. You know what I'm saying? Now, one thing I will say, anything that you guys say that we don't have any, you're going to say that's based on fact, that's fine. Anything that we don't have any facts on, guys, just make sure that you state in your opinion after the fact, if you will. Good afternoon, Linda. Good to see you. That's all I'm asking, guys. All right, so there is the link. I'm going to pin that up here in the chat. There we go. All right. So come on down, you guys. For those of you that are interested, jump up here. Let's conversate about this. Let's talk about what we think might happen. Let's talk about what we think could happen and why. You know what I mean? That's while we're waiting, I think that's a good idea. What doesn't make sense is there were weapons in the house, i.e. golf clubs, machete, etc. Why didn't victims use them in defense? And that's somebody else has brought that to my attention before, Eric. And it made me wonder if that's why I always wondered if there was very possibly something else used to restrain them. You know, it was talked about before. A few people brought it up that maybe they were held at gunpoint during this scenario. Do you know what I mean? And any of that is possible. We don't know. We don't know.
What's going on, brother?
What's up, Willie? How you doing today, brother?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm great. I'm wonderful. Thanks for asking.
That's good. So where are they in court right now?
Yeah, they should be. They could be done at this point. I haven't gotten anything back via Twitter yet, stating that that hearing is over. But this is the one that is completely and totally closed to everything but counsel and the defendant and whatnot.
Yeah, imagine that. So what are the key points that are going to be what are they going over? Dismissal? Is that what the
one of the hearings is absolutely about dismissal. I think I always get this confused. And somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, so Bad Boy said the hearing's over. It's 10:44 there now. Okay, thank you, Bad Boy.
I think it might be 11:44, unless is there a 4-hour difference in?
I think so, because I'm 2:45 p.m. here.
Yeah, me too. I thought it was only a 3. I never knew it went to 4-hour daylight savings.
I haven't gotten anything back. See, like I told you guys, I don't think we're gonna get anything from this hearing unless something big blows out of this. This drives me nuts with this this thing. You know what I mean? Because I want to know what the deal is.
I just think it's safe to say by now that in my opinion, the prosecution has no damning evidence. Like they have nothing that, because if they did, they would, they just would show everything, they discover everything. They would just be like, here, we got you.
I would have thought that. I would have thought that. Yeah. I agree with you.
Instead of 9 motions, because listen, over the past, I'm not gonna lie to you, 3 or 4 weeks, I probably watched over maybe 100, 150 interrogations, story, stuff of that nature. And listen, my man, and you've been and correct me if I'm wrong, because you've been in the community way longer than I have, but this goes against everything that I've been seeing in these cases.
Pretty much.
From the start of not bringing them in for questioning to try to get a confession, and then follow him from there, and then start tapping his shit to
Yep, I do. I absolutely do. That's why I think it's so troubling for everybody, and why nobody can just accept certain things, because it absolutely goes against everything that we, if like you said, if you're watching other, whether it be interrogations and other scenarios, just to see how it goes. Well, nobody's ever seen anything like this before, because it's not supposed to be happening. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely not. I mean, like I said, if that was their guy, and if they went through all the trouble to follow him across the country, then I think he was a person that they could have brought in for questioning. I'm sorry,
and that I agree. I do agree with you. Like I said before, when we talked about that once before, they had him once. Why did they not keep him?
Yeah.
this is their guy.
If you think that was your guy 100%, why would you put those innocent lives in danger sitting in that classroom as his students?
Mm-hmm. And again, it goes back to them. Well, we didn't have anything. We didn't have any proof. We didn't have this. We didn't have that. You don't have it now.
Oh, you didn't have it then, but all of a sudden, bang, you had DNA back, you had this back, you had that back, and an arrest.
Right, yeah. And yeah, that's something that everybody should know, by the way, real quick. Sorry to interrupt you, buddy, but
you're good.
If this were to get dismissed today, he's not walking out, you guys. You know that. Please understand that he will not walk out today. If this were to be dismissed, there's a whole slew of things that are going to have to go down, and they still probably will hold him because of, other, scenarios. Yeah. He's not walking out of there. That I can guarantee. And I have a very strong feeling that it won't be dismissed either. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before about things, and I feel.
Well, the thing is, and I just have to just say this: is if it's not dismissed, there is 100% biased in going on, because, like I said, I thought before that they had enough for an arrest, and then I really thought about it, and like I told you, I've watched these cases, and like they've even had the type of blood of a victim in a cabin of this guy's house, and they couldn't match like the DNA, but they could match the blood type, and they didn't even have enough for an arrest.
Yes,
and
sir.
Here we have touch DNA on not even a weapon.
Yep, they have nothing as far as I'm concerned. That's totally my opinion, but there's nothing, guys. Julianne, welcome. These pings are stupid as far as I'm concerned. I don't care. The fact that he turned his phone off, I don't care. Or his phone went dead, or his phone was whatever it was. That's nothing. That's not enough. To say
well, obviously, it's all fishy. But if you take, I can take 8 other people and make a fishy comparison with them, and what they did that night, and where their phone was pinging, and who they saw. So
absolutely. And this, well, he was out driving around, and he was. So what? We've talked about that before. I've done the same thing. I used to do it all the time.
Yeah. Well, listen, 11 times in 5 months is not stalking. I'm sorry.
I don't think so either, but it is what it is. That's it. Like I said, the guy was newer to the area. Maybe there was something over there or somebody over there he knew. He just liked to drive. Okay, maybe he liked driving back in that area, checking things out. Maybe I feel like that it was somebody over there he knew. That's my thing personally. I think he knew somebody over that way.
Yeah.
Or he was doing something else.
Remember, he was over, and I'm sorry, I'm going with what they originally say because I can't trust anything they say now. But remember, he went back to that area the next morning, and and then they backtracked. And the reason why I think they backtracked is because now you have to have daytime video evidence of his car passing the scene, checking stuff out, and that probably didn't happen. And they realized. So now you have to say that, we know he was here at this time, but the next morning he pinged here, but he wasn't really over here. He was at his house. What?
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I
know
what you're saying, Red, real quick. That's a problem, though. His DNA really hasn't ended up in that scene that we know of, okay? If they came out today with some big bombshell saying, look, we got Kohberger's DNA all over the inside of this house.
Game over.
I'm done. That's it. Like I said, let's go. I'll drive to the courthouse so we can stand in line to hang this dude. I'm just saying.
Exactly. I'll push the button. And I kind of sort of knew him, but like I told you before, I don't give a shit if he did it or not. I'm looking at this just purely from what what everybody else is looking at, and it ain't making sense. It's just.
I think that's the biggest thing with all of us at this point is why and how we know who he is, how they got him, how we got his name, how they got his name, and why they have him and how they have him in custody at this point is what is bothering everybody. It's not about whether he did it or not. Okay. Yeah. That's important too. Don't get me wrong, but how they came upon him being a suspect is what the biggest issue with all of us is. because none of that looks legal, nor does it make any sense to us, guys. And that's what I'm saying. I wanted him to be guilty at point. Yeah, I hate to say it like that, because then it would say, okay, we're good. We got the guy. We don't have to worry about this anymore. The parents can kind of breathe a little bit and relax. And then we looked into it, like I said, and we're all like, this what? How did this even happen? How is he even in jail? You know, and then it just got worse and worse and worse.
And if you, you know, if you know, you saw when I called in a year ago, whenever this happened, that I thought too he was. I was saying electrocute him, all kinds of shit, until the PCA came out, and then I look at because I lay shit out. I don't sit there and read 2 lines and go okay, like and then it started not making sense to other people. So I'm like, maybe I'm not alone here in this, and then it all blew up. So,
and I'll be honest with you, something else that's always bothered me, and like I said, he very well could be the one that did this, you guys. I'm not saying that I think he didn't do this. He very well could be. The thing is, the guy, even the best of what we have seen as far as serial unalivers, so on and so forth, with their confidence levels, Ted Bundy's, Ramirez, those people that the confidence they exert, it's different. It's been different. This guy is beyond confident. Bryan Kohberger has never shown anything but confidence throughout this whole thing of his innocence. And I want to say, I noticed multiple different things, okay? Like, for instance, the stops in Indiana. Let me talk about that for a second. Okay, with you, Willie, if you had done something like this and you're driving down the highway,
yes, let's talk about it.
Whatever, okay? And a cruiser pulls up behind you, lights going.
I would have shit myself 5 times, and I am pretty good at I'm whatever. Yeah, I'm a fucking excuse my language, I'm a Gemini, so but
I know
he twice, and then to just go home and just celebrate Christmas,
no big deal. And he did not even seem remotely nervous while talking to that cop. He actually kind of seemed upbeat. You know what I mean? He
was like providing information to him.
Nothing. He handed him over this. He handed him over that. Boom, 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 boom. Nothing was a problem. Thank you. Have a nice day. They moved right along. If anything, his father seemed more nervous than he did. Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, I just don't understand, twice within a 10-minute period, I would have jumped out of the car, ran, took off, ran.
Well, that's the thing. After the first, after I would have got pulled over the first time and, been like, holy shit, I got lucky. But in my head, I would have been thinking that whole time that they're running that they're looking into me, blah, 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 blah. There's going to be roadblocks. And I would have I would have said, Dad, listen, I did this, I did that. You got 2 options. I can drop you off here at the Thai restaurant, or we're going to the damn border. What do you want to do?
Yep. That's nothing like that happened. Nothing. He goes home. And again, back that up a little bit, guys. Back to what I had said last week when we were talking about this. The guy went to get his haircut. The guy went to his doctor's appointment. The guy went back to work with all the students around him.
Criminology students, mind you.
Yeah, right. Everything he did, nothing in his life changed. Nothing changed. I've never seen that happen before. Yeah, there's nothing yet, Chief. I've been checking every 3 seconds. So it doesn't make sense to me. Okay, I understand that it's possible to have confidence. It's possible to be good at something like that. Okay, but come on.
Yeah.
Come on. That's too much. That is too much.
Now, let me ask you a question, Diego, because, whatever. And some people don't believe me. I don't care who believes me or not. But is it, because I'm not on no gag order or anything like that, is it illegal or wrong or whatever to get information that how can I say it? Maybe shouldn't be brought out, but it's information that is, how can I say this? It's information that would make people obviously look at his character in a different manner and not in a negative manner. But that's not but that's not what they want. So that's why I've always been so scared to like bring
No,
anybody on that knows
you have
him
every
because
right. Yeah, you have every right to bring up anything, to talk about anything, unless somebody come over and slap the gag order on you. You can say
okay,
whatever you want about anything you want. Period.
okay, all right, yeah, I just want to make sure because like I really want to talk to the guy, the kid who influenced him to make that rap song is who I know really well. His name is I'll just say his name is Mike.
Yeah.
Mike's never been interviewed. Mike's been harassed by media, multiple times, and
Okay.
he hung out with him, all the time when he came home from college. So what I'm trying to dig into now is how he was acting in the weeks, months leading up to this, as far as communication, blah blah blah, because that's stuff that obviously the news and all that isn't going to talk about, but I think that's been
That's huge, in my opinion. I mean, I would love to talk to this guy or even hear this guy speak about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly.
I just don't. Yeah, I just don't like it because then people, you know what YouTube does? They take a clip and then they say, "Oh, look," and then people are. That's the only problem. That's the only thing I don't want happening because.
Well, and see, the thing is, though, is he doesn't have to give what his real name is. He doesn't have to show his face. He doesn't have to do any of that.
Okay.
He can just say what he has to say, and that's it. Honestly. So.
All right. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm and beside me bringing him on, I'm talking about like me talking to him and trying to get information about, like I said, how he was. And then, if it gets to the point where I feel comfortable about, bringing him up, he said he doesn't have a problem, but he is like I don't know if you ever heard of the band Tech Nine. They're pretty well known, but he's actually opening up for that band. So he's kind of like a well-known rapper, whatever you want to call it.
Right. Well, like I said, he doesn't have to show his face, his name, any of that kind of stuff. So, that's no problem. None at all.
Yeah. So, because like I said, I think I'm going to talk to him about like, how the conversations were leading up. But one thing I want to talk to you about, Dago, and what I can confirm, but obviously I'm still a third party person, is I found out that he was not on any sort of psychological medications.
That's what we've heard that. We have.
So like I found out from like the person who was his, pharmacist for many years, who I'm very, 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 very close to. And she couldn't go into details because of HIPAA, obviously. But I did ask many times if he was on anything. Like, I mean, like any sort of anything at all. You know what I mean? And she said nothing that was like out of the ordinary that, so.
So he wasn't on any, like, typically lithium or Prozac or stuff like that could be like a mood altering substance to help you live your daily life, so on and so forth. So, yeah, you know what I mean? I know what you're saying.
Yeah. So that was, but like I said, and then obviously when I asked, what she can't give me that information because of the law and shit. But I did ask, like, if he was on any kind of, so that was a lot of information that, I took in. And then, like I said, my next step is I want to find out how he was acting leading up to this.
And that's important. Like we saw the drive from Pullman to PA.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They stopped off at a hotel. They did this, they did that. And again, all of that can be attributed to the fact that it's just a father-son hanging out, driving home, taking the long way to enjoy the ride. Okay. Stuff like that. I mean, it doesn't mean that they're sneaking around doing this or doing that. All of that. Okay. It all goes into effect there. The man didn't act crazy before that 6-week period of time or whatever it was leading up to that. Okay. There was no outlandish behavior. There was no weird behaviors in between that, from the time of the unalivings to the time he was picked up. So that's a red flag for me alone. I would think somebody that did something like this immediately thereafter is going to be acting out of sorts, acting differently in some sense. He wasn't. Okay. Especially when the police are involved in a situation and you see the police all around you every time I would have, Jesus, I drove for a short period of time without insurance on my car and was petrified every time I'd see a cop that I was gonna get pulled. You know what I'm saying? I was scared for that.
Yeah, like a
So
registration, like when your registration's up, like you freak out when you see it. Like imagine you unalive 4 people and you get pulled over 2 times.
huge difference. And there was nothing. There was nothing. Nothing at
The
all.
most I got out of what everybody thought was a shadow on his arm that looked like a scar from 10 years ago. So like I don't know what everybody else saw in that video, but I just saw a normal traffic stop. But
That's all I saw too. And actually they were lenient on him.
very
And warned him. And it was two different agencies for those of you that weren't familiar with that. One was the state, one was the county. Okay.
Yeah.
And so there was nothing there, guys. I would
well, I've
think
argued this many times with people that, because there's so many people who still believe that it was not a planned stop.
Right.
But there's nobody that can make me believe that both of them were not planned stops, because if you go back and look at the details of the footage, what they didn't do is call in their mile marker number 1, which means that everybody knew where that cruiser was, and number 2, they never called in his plate. They never ran his plate. They just remember he asked for his ID, looked at it, gave it back.
Boom, boom, boom. That was it. There was no, typically every time I've seen a stop, they will take your ID. They go back to their car. They
Every
get
time.
in. They run your info. They do this. They do that. Boom, boom, boom. Come back. None of that happened. It was very weird.
But he gets off scot-free twice. Just a coincidence, right?
Yeah.
Tailgating 6 car lengths behind a tractor trailer. Like I said, look at the details of it, and it,
In 10 minutes too. It was a
and
little
then they
weird.
lost them. They said they lost them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they were tracking them and lost them. Really, the FBI? Come on,
Right.
This
That's what I'm saying. If the stops weren't set up, how did they lose them? Why were they tracking him? Okay. All of that.
Oh, man.
It doesn't make sense. None of that makes any sense.
No, and like it's, and I feel bad for the, because there are people that want him to be guilty, and I understand it completely, because I want justice for the families too, but I can't pretend that something makes sense when it doesn't. That's just how I've always been and how I always will be. And like you said, if they came out right now and said, hey, we found the knife, DNA evidence, blah, 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 where his route was, bang, hang him. I don't care.
Let's go.
Until that point, show me something.
That's right. And again, like I said, the man is innocent until proven guilty, and he hasn't been, not one bit. They have ran a smear campaign on him from the moment they had his name. Boom. As soon as we knew who he was, that's all it's been.
Well, that's why I won't go up anywhere else with this information except here and one other channel because of that reason. You can't have an opinion in some other places because people want. I understand the justice, but I can tell in Steve's eyes that he does not think that this is 100% closed. There's no way. I can tell in his eyes, and I know his wife, and I feel, and just the feeling of that makes me like nauseous because I have a daughter. So it's past the point of character and like who he. It's like. What movie is that? Law Abiding Citizen. It's not what it's not what you have or what you did, whatever they say. It's what you can prove in court, and that's what they have to prove to 12 unbiased people that don't know anything about this.
That's right. That is absolutely right.
And that's tough. I mean, that's
what's so scary about this. That's because, like I said, I've been nervous about this both ways. Okay, both ways. Because, like I said before, if Bryan were to get off due to a technicality, a loophole, something, a screw up that has been one of multiples that we know of, and he is guilty of this in some sense, that's horrible. Okay, but if he doesn't get off and he's found guilty of this and he didn't have anything to do with it and he loses his life over this, that's worse. That's worse in my opinion. So. Either way you look at it, it's horrific. And again, like I said the other day, let's say, for instance, he is found innocent of this. Okay, they have nothing but the absolute proof that he didn't have anything to do with this, and he gets off. He's acquitted, whatever you want to call it, and so on and so forth. Then what? Who did do this? Are they going to go look for those people? Are they going to restart? I don't believe so. I don't think they're going to put that investigation in.
No.
I think that like Steve Gonsalves will, of course, and he will push law enforcement to do that, but they're not going to put the time, effort, money. They've already put so much money into this now, into going and trying to find who else did this. They'll just put it off as that, well, it's an unknown assailant, and we're sorry. And all of that was in vain. And that's sad, that's sick, that's disgusting to me. So I just don't see it happening.
I mean, like I said, and even all the kids that, because again, when this happened, everybody was talking about it, that all the kids that I went to school with. So at first, everybody was saying had them hung, but now because of how much it's not just confined, and people are seeing like everything that's been being said, people are changing their minds. Like a lot of people that knew him, and it's wild. Because I've never seen something like this. I've never seen.
Right. And here's the thing. What is it? Daisy said.
Let me just clear something up. Yeah, I live in the United States. I live outside of Philly. I'm Greek though, so I don't know if I have an accent or whatever. But yeah, I live.
I thought you were Italian, but either way.
Oh no, I'm Greek, man. Yeah, but so yeah, I lived up in. I grew up. I was born in Bethlehem, and then when I was 2, up in the Poconos is where I was raised until I graduated when I was 18.
Gotcha.
And then I moved to the Lehigh Valley around Bethlehem, Allentown area, and then came down here to outside Philadelphia to like King of Prussia area. So that's where I'm at now. But I grew up in the sticks where they arrested him. I was actually a mile down 115 right there when I told you, like 2 days before they arrested him, celebrating Christmas.
Yeah,
and like I
right,
said, I didn't see any presence of, I didn't see anything that would have like gave away that they were scoping anything out or nothing. And I was on that damn road, man. I was right off 115.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, right.
So, but yeah, I just wanted to clear that up because I saw.
No, absolutely. No problem, buddy. No problem at all. Yeah, they say that there's a PA accent. I've been told I have an accent too. I'm, we're Northerners, I guess. I don't hear it. That's like when you talk, I don't hear it either. But people have told me that I have one. People have definitely said people from Pennsylvania. The only PA accent I've ever caught on to would come from like Amish. They're thing, but
yeah, Pennsylvania Dutch.
Yeah. The Dutch.
Dutch.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Go to the mountain.
That's it right there. Yeah, that one cracks me up. Pennsylvania Dutch. Go to the mountains. I love it. Minnesota. Let's see. It kind of does sound like the Minnesota accent a little bit too. That's cute.
My favorite is Boston.
Oh yeah, Boston.
That's why I won. That's why like once people start like focusing as much as they are on this case as in the Karen Reed case, I'll be in every goddamn live because
we're going into her this coming week. I wanted to get past this hearing, but we're really diving into her this coming week because that one is a mess.
That one's pissing me off, dude.
Yeah, and I really feel bad for this woman. I mean, all of the health problems she's got going on and this and that, and on top of that, let's throw this on there, And it's just like this doesn't make any. It's another one. It doesn't make any sense.
No, not. I mean, it makes sense to me of what happened, but obviously, I mean, if you think about it, you can kind of tell what happened because 11 people aren't going to walk out of a house and not see somebody laying in the yard. No, sorry, but anyway,
like I said, as soon as I found out that the dog was gone, that they did work on the floor in the basement and
they sold the house. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, come on now. It's pretty much common sense when you look at that. I mean, it's ridiculous, but of course,
I think it made me sick to my stomach to see our judicial system because when I watched the defense lawyer bring up all of the, the pictures of the arm and stuff like that. You had like 15 cops standing up in the courtroom, like trying to like intimidate people. They were like looking around, like, staring at, but then when shit was being presented, they were like looking at each other like, oh shit. So
we
I think
have somebody that comes in here that lives right around that area, and she said,
"Oh boy,
that the police are very intimidating, and that they are all together, working together. They stick together. We know that anyway. It's a brotherhood, sisterhood, whatever you want to call it. But that they're very intimidating in that area, and that they will have each other's back no matter what. And that's scary because, to me, and we know that I love and respect the police. I have my father, my grandfather, my uncle were all law enforcement officers. Okay. And I have friends that are law enforcement officers. And I have absolute respect for law enforcement, police, all of it, guys. I wanted to be a police officer at some point, long time ago. But when you have an abuse of power that happens, and we've seen it happen time and time and time again, some of these people get that badge, and it's like, this is what we were supposed to talk about last night, but this whole thing in Maine happened. We couldn't. But corruption, it's a big word, and it doesn't mean Sarge would have had a whole thing on this. Corruption does not mean just hands-on. He was in that house and did something. Okay. It has to go along with everything involved in that. The biggest one is the abuse of power. When you have little things, if you got a police officer who has a 16-year-old kid that gets a speeding ticket, and he goes and tosses the ticket out. I mean, that's corruption, folks. It happens, and it's innocent, but it's still corruption. Okay.
Yeah.
Those little things, they keep building.
Well, you see it all the time. You see DAs get pulled over. You see mayor, and they act like assholes when they, what do you pull?
I watched a video. I've watched multiple videos on YouTube of a judge getting pulled over, a female judge getting pulled over to get a DUI. She was trashed. She fell out of the car. She was so drunk she fell out of the car, and she's like, "My name is such and such and such," and he radioed that in, and he got nervous immediately. He got scared, and 2-3 other officers showed up, and they were talking off camera. Body cams are turned off.
You could hear how many cases would go on just because with body cams. Because without body cams, there'd be so many things that would just be swept we would never know about. But you could hear like hesitation, like they say, like, "Hey, my camera's on, Sarge. I can't do nothing." But in my head, that's like, "Oh, but if my camera was off, I'd let you slide." Like, I don't like that.
That's you, Willie, or me?
Huh?
What is going on here?
What happened?
There we go. Say something.
Hello?
There we go. Okay. I don't know. My speaker's cut out. My speaker's cut out for some reason. Okay. Anyway, go ahead with what you were saying.
Oh, no. I was just making that point. But yeah, I think the biggest thing in, just real quick to finish that off, in the other case is if they find that dog, then it's game up. It's game over, because they're gonna be able to do the whole tissue and blah blah blah.
And explain to me, as far as Karen Reed goes, explain to me how those marks on his arm came from her hitting him with the car.
Well, they're saying it's road rash, and I would believe that if the road rash went across his whole body, but to just
there was snow on the ground.
Exactly. So now I have to believe he had no coat on, and not only that, but he was carrying a glass out of the bar that is embedded in the bumper. So that means he carried a glass outside and took the glass to a house party.
Right.
Still had the alcohol in the glass when he got out drinking it, and then she backed up, hit him, and come on.
And here's the other thing too. If you look at that situation, there was snow on the ground, quite a bit of it. Okay, it was cold outside. Nobody's gonna back up fast enough and hard enough to hit somebody to do that much damage. I mean, both of his eyes were blacked up. His face, he looked like the shit beat out of him, literally. Okay, and for her to back up and hit him hard enough to do that kind of damage, she had to have been flying. All she did was back up to leave.
But here's the thing, though. If she would have backed up and rolled over him, like I said, there would have been road rash across his body. Now, if she rolled, and if you're saying there's stuff on his face and she rolled over his head, he probably wouldn't have a head because that's a big ass truck, man. So
right. You're right, Annie. That she just probably know his buddies dumped him in the snow and then the plow truck ran him over. That makes more sense. That makes more sense than her back.
More sense.
Okay.
Well, what makes sense to me is here's what I think happened. Just it's a 30-second thing. Is the dog was very dear to the person who lives in that house, and I think the guy who passed away startled the dog, because if you see where he's bit, if you watch every dog attack video or whatever where they're training, they always put that thing on their arm. So I think the dog lunged, attacked him. He realized that the dog will now be euthanized, killed, whatever, and then they had an argument and something happened, and there you go.
Well, and like I said, why did they replace the floor in the basement?
Well, why did somebody? Well, yeah. Why they number one? Why they rehouse the dog? Why they replace the floor? Why they sell the home? And why did they Google how long to die in cold?
In the cold weather, yeah, that was like, come on now.
What the?
That's ridiculous.
He never went in that house, but somebody in the house Googled how long to die in cold. Dude, listen. If she goes to jail, I'm leaving this country.
Yeah.
Swear to God, dude.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me?
Natural healing. They're talking about. We're talking about the Karen Reed case. I'm not saying that she, may not have been. How can I put this? Maybe intoxicated. Or whatever.
It's just more than a story, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying that I don't see her doing that vindictively and leaving it go. You know what I'm saying? So
and then leave at 5 a.m. to go look for him again. It's like the whole thing just doesn't add up. But we'll get to that once that comes around.
Yeah.
So did you say the first? You said the hearing is the other hearing directly after, or is there going to be like a break or something?
I think it's at 4. And I have nothing new, no new updates on
nothing
on Twitter yet, or X, whatever it is.
Yeah, I'm curious. You figured it would have came out already.
Well, if we're gonna get anything, because nobody was allowed in there, Willie. Nobody. So
what is that, dude?
It's closed. It was completely closed, and it made me wonder. If she was drunk and killed someone, she's gonna. Oh no, absolutely, I agree with that, Daisy. If it comes out that that's fact, then that's what it is. That's all there is to it. I guess.
Absolutely. I just question all the other factors of if it was her only, why is the person in the house Googling how long to die in cold?
Yeah, right, and that doesn't make sense. That makes sense.
It's gonna have to be explained. So, but yeah. So why is it? Have you seen other cases? I mean, and I'm talking about just a regular teacher's assistant kid that's 28 however old he was, living across the country, rather than like a celebrity or something of that nature that's behind closed doors, nobody's allowed in. Have you ever seen just like a regular person case be treated like this?
Never.
Really?
First off, I've never seen a case like this, but never ever like this either, on top of it, with all the crazy stuff that's going on with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I know that.
And that's that. We're talking about Kohberger again, folks, by the way. But welcome, Nellie. Good to see you. But yeah, no, I've never seen anything like that, Willie, ever.
Hey, Nellie.
Hi, Willie. Hi, Dago. Hi, everyone. I just had to jump up because I'm also interested in this Karen Reed case. And I completely agree with you guys. That right arm, the minute I saw that right arm, I've had dog bites.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
I have a Labrador that has sharp dew claws, and she jumped up on a food delivery guy, not maliciously, not nastily, but jumped up, and her dew claw caught him down the arm.
And here's the thing. I think those are the longer canine. I've treated dog bites, being an EMS. I've treated and then transported. I've treated and transported multiple times. the same scenario on the leg, on the backside, in the back. I've treated it, and the way that here's what happens, you guys. When a dog goes to bite down, and then you pull away, it tears.
Yeah.
It'll pull down. Otherwise, if you let it go, those would have just been like puncture marks, in my opinion, and then they would have opened back up. Okay, but if you pull away, that will tear and pull down. Perfect, and rip that wide open like that. So that's what it looks like to me.
But also, the fact these wounds are on the outside of his right arm as well.
Yeah.
That is your instinct.
Well, that's what I mean, and that's like if you watch the dog training videos, when they say attack, they always have the sleeve on their arm that they put out.
Right. Yes, sir.
So it makes sense that a canine dog that is trained to do that does that.
And the other thing I thought was that if I believe, I might be wrong, it's an ex-police dog.
I do believe so too. A retired canine.
So that dog will be trained. This is what I think happened. It's probably, I think, what you guys said, but there was an argument. I think he could have dropped his glass on the way in. He could have dropped his cocktail glass on the way in, went in, had an argument. The dog protected its owner. He put his arm out to fight, and also he had bruises on the back of his hands, which is, I've been bitten by dogs that haven't broken the skin. So he's pushing this dog away. The dog is attacking him. And I'm thinking that a trained police dog will bring him to the ground. And that's when he hit his head.
Yeah. And I mean, people who own dogs, how dear a dog is to your heart.
Yeah.
And when your dog has a past of something like this, and your dog is going to be put down or taken away,
they have to be euthanized for something like that. Absolutely.
You make a decision, and now who knows if it was just them two in the basement and nobody upstairs knew what happened or whatever. I mean, there's a whole slew of things that could have happened, and that's where that reasonable doubt is going to play in with the jury because of everything that's come out now. So,
right. I agree.
It's just a weird case. That's actually a scary case in my opinion because of how the whole church thing I heard of and all that weird stuff. So
I didn't hear about any church.
We'll see. Oh yeah, just wait.
Wow.
Yeah, just wait.
Yeah.
Or whatever kind of cult thing or whatever they all. I don't know. There's people in the area that know more about it than I can explain, but that's what I heard. But getting off of that, get back to this, talking about the dog. I have a question about his name Murphy? Murph?
Yeah, Murphy in Idaho, yes.
Yeah, okay. So with the witness statement, she said that she heard the dog upstairs, that she thought that the dog was playing with Kaylee. Now, that could either be two things, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it's either Kaylee playing with the dog or the dog making a ruckus because it's seeing its owner being attacked, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So we can agree it's either one of those two?
Yeah, I would say. Yeah, I can say that. Absolutely.
Okay. So why was the dog found in the room by itself?
Okay, this is my theory on that, if you don't mind. My theory is that Kaylee heard something going on in Maddie's room and went out of her room and left Murphy in her room. So I'm thinking that Dylan will have heard a dog whining upstairs, and Murphy could have been shut in Kaylee's room while Kaylee went into Maddie, saw what was going on, and she got killed and thrown on the bed. And so Dylan will have heard, allegedly, kerfuffle and noise and banging around whilst hearing Murphy whining from Kaylee's bedroom because he can hear it.
So for the next 8 hours, do you think Murphy was making noises?
I think the minute Murphy, dogs are quiet. My dogs probably would whine a bit, then they'd go to sleep. And then if they heard movement the next morning, if my dogs heard movement the next morning and they needed the toilet, they'd be scratching at the door. They wouldn't necessarily bark, but they would be making noise, definitely.
He was still a puppy, by the way, you guys, just so you know, too.
Yeah. So I personally think that 8 hours, you're right, Willie, is too long. My dogs wouldn't bark. They would be whining and scratching to get out of the room.
Well, that's the thing is I just feel like this person put the dog in the room, and I don't know. It's odd. It's odd because you figured like Murphy would be around its owner, and dogs are very good at sensing death. I mean, I've seen a video where a husky was trying to dig itself into the grave of its owner that passed away. That's how. So I don't know. I feel like Murphy would sense.
We had a dog here. It's funny you said that. We had a dog here that their owner died here where I grew up at, in the city I grew up in.
Mm-hmm.
It was an older lady. It was her and the dog for like 35 years. And the dog, of course, the dog wasn't that long, but she had the dog towards the end of her life. Okay. The rest of her life, not 35 years, sorry. Anyway, she lived alone for 35 years is what it was. Her husband had died. She lived alone. She got the dog. Her kids got her the dog when he was a puppy, and he lived his whole life with her. She died. They took her, did the thing. They buried her. The dog ended up going to one of her children and ran away. This is no lie, guys. I'll have to find a story and show it to you guys. Ran away. Hold on. Here we go. Ran away and ended up, they found the dog in the cemetery sleeping on top of her plot.
Yeah.
No lie.
No.
Which mind, like, how did the dog know? You know, I mean, it's that stuff like that.
You see what I mean? I mean, you have cadaver dogs that could smell somebody's sweatshirt and find them 50 miles away. So,
yeah, it happened.
Murph knew what the hell was going on.
I can agree with you on that. Welcome, Eddie. Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you. Hi, Nelly. Hi.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Yourself?
Always well. Always.
We're talking about Murphy, and I think it's been a while since we've reviewed this particular interview, but does everybody recall Lawrence Jones interviewing Aaron Snell?
No.
No.
Yeah, it's been a while. We should probably, if Dago wants to, pull up this interview. It's November 27th, Lawrence Jones interview.
I'm sorry, who is that?
Aaron Snell is, I think, the spokesperson for Idaho State Police.
Oh, okay.
And Lawrence Jones is the journalist who works for, I think, Fox.
Gotcha.
Do you remember the date, Eddie?
Yeah, it's the 27th of November.
Okay.
There's a jaw drop moment in this interview, not only for us, but Aaron Snell has one too. After Lawrence Jones asked him a particular question, we should watch that.
1 second here. Let me see if I can find it that way.
And it's about Murphy.
Hold on a minute.
Daisy, that's a lot of stuff to do in 7 minutes.
Yeah. It's interesting. Aaron Snell is the one who was appealing for hours missing on Xana and Ethan's timeline as well at the beginning. Yeah, and he was laughing at something at the press conference as well. He was just.
You remember the title for the interview? What it was about, Eddie?
I don't remember the title of it.
Hold on a minute.
I can look real quick.
I don't
Nelly
think
and Willie can hold the floor. You and I can look for this.
I don't know if this is the one. I don't
good.
think this isn't. This is what came up when I typed it in under Aaron Snell interview November 27th of 2022. I don't believe this is it at all.
Is there any way you could find it and send it to him? No?
Oh yeah, that. Yeah, there's one where he's in an office. He was interviewed a lot at the beginning.
Yeah. Well, you could. I mean, if you have the link Maybe you could put in the back chat here, and then
Yeah. Oh, that's not it, right, Eddie?
Well, I don't remember it by a visual like that. It's just written down, I just have it written down in my notes.
Okay, do you want me to play this and see if this ends up being the one, or?
That's the one.
Oh, okay. Good deal. All right, then. Let's do that.
Let's do it.
1 second here. Make sure you guys got good audio. And thank you for joining us again, my friend. Always a pleasure when you're here. All right. And let's get to the very beginning. And
so there have been so many unanswered questions in this case, and a lot of speculation about what investigators have and haven't done. So we took our question straight to the source and sat down with Aaron Snell of the Idaho State Police earlier today. Watch.
Sir, thanks so much for doing this interview with us. You're with the state police. We know the FBI is on the scene, and then you have the local police. Who is running this investigation?
Yeah, so the Moscow Police Department is running this investigation. When these homicides happened, pretty much it was all hands on deck. As a team, we're all working together for the same goal.
Good copy. Let's talk about some of the investigation. I don't want to compromise the investigation, but some of the critique or stuff circulating is the crime scene. Are you confident, and you have law enforcement experience as well, that the integrity of the crime scene was not compromised in this investigation?
I am confident that there wasn't a compromise in the integrity of the investigation. We know that the Moscow Police Department arrived on scene. They essentially saw what had occurred. They locked it down, and then additional resources came in. Now, we have a lot of the best technology, the latest and greatest as far as training goes. So indeed,
Now, the first thing I'm going to say is I have a huge problem with him being able to state that he's confident in that.
I call bullshit too.
Yeah, let's just put that out there right out of the gate, okay? I just checked. Let's see, there's nothing from Bryan Enton yet, or any of the other sources I'm looking at on Twitter. Nothing new, guys. Sorry.
The word compromise would pretty much be the operative word when it comes to this particular crime scene.
And this crime scene was completely compromised. I mean, we know that. Being civilians and outside before we even got into this case, we knew it was compromised.
As soon as she decided not to call 911 and contact a friend instead, contaminated crime scene.
There it is. But yeah, let me keep going. Going.
It gets better.
Yeah, right.
I believe in the integrity of this investigation.
You believe, just to follow up quickly on that normal protocols were followed, witnesses separated, crime scene locked down, that you start off large and then work in smaller. When you guys decided to extend the tape a little bit, was that because there was more information brought to the table? What was your reasoning for doing that?
Yeah, so the other day, we extended the crime scene. Really what we did is we just enlarged the working area for the detectives and the investigators that are actually on scene. As we have more and more information, we're able to try and piece together what occurred. When we do that, we want to go out to the scene and see how that fits in. And so it wasn't really an evidence collection situation. It was purely a workspace situation. We wanted to make sure that we held the integrity of the investigation, which is important. And so we're not enlarging and, retracting the crime scene per se.
I want to follow up on that crime scene. What type of information, because the public, when you request information from you're squaring that with some of the information that you guys have been able to collect from the scene. So you got DNA, has all that DNA been processed through the FBI lab? Have y'all been able to grab all the technology and all that information from the servers, the Wi-Fi, all that stuff? Has that already been processed?
We are continuing to ask for the public's help, especially for video surveillance. We believe that in many cases, what's not on a video is actually just as important as what is on a video. As far as all the evidence that's been collected, most of that actually went to the Idaho State Police Crime Lab. And our scientists are working. It's a high priority for this case, and they've been working 24/7 to really turn around the evidence and provide that analytics basically back to us.
So we're still going to be getting some more information from that information that they've collected that hasn't already all been, it's a big crime scene in there. They haven't processed all that information just yet.
That's correct.
All the subjects that were there, that means the people that came from the fraternity house, the witnesses there on the scene that were asleep during this?
Okay, real quick here. It says 11 minutes ago. It must have taken a minute to come through.
There's body language.
Deputy outside Kohberger hearing says that the judge is considering banning cell phones and laptops from the courtroom. So if I go quiet on Twitter, that's why. Hearing starts at 1 p.m. local time, 4 p.m. our time right here. So we have about 26 minutes roughly. And
Wait, you said he's debating what?
On banning cell phones and laptops from the hearing, from the courtroom.
Does that mean it would still be televised?
That means
probably just court TVs. Would there just be one
cell phone? So if they shut all that down, then there'll be nothing until after the hearing.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Why is it so secretive? Why is it so secretive? I don't get it.
Well, I don't know. That's kind of interesting, and I didn't think he could do that without. Well, he is the judge; he can do pretty much what he wants. But I would think that you would have to go through a period of time to be able to do that. That's insane. So what we're gonna get after. We're not gonna get, real time. We're gonna get after the fact. If anybody can hang on that long. AR did get back to me. He said it's insane there. He's trying to find a spot quietly where he can come in here with us. Give me a few minutes to see if I can get in a spot where you can hear me and I can be away from the others. Hey Dago, sorry, just getting back to you. It is pure chaos up here, so we are doing all we can to figure everything out. Not a real good reception. As things move forward, I will message you more info. I also will email you pics and things as I want your channel to have the full access to what's going on. And again, I knew it was going to be insanity up there, but
Jesus.
Either way, we'll end up getting after the fact. Court TV. Well, see, that's the thing, Yvonne, saying that court TV. I don't know. We'll have.
Can I ask you something, Dago?
Yes, sir.
Could this be the possibility because he sees a high probability of it being dismissed and he doesn't want?
That's possible.
Public outrage, chaos, whatever to ensue.
Oh, and that's the thing. If he were to have all that, maybe
I don't know.
That's a good question. Rory was supposed to be there, Carolyn, but he ended up having to work, so he couldn't be there.
I have a question.
Yes, Eddie. I'm sorry.
Do you guys think it might be because, like we all remember, if we watch her channel, we remember Lana from Truth and Transparency say, like, if I'm there in that courtroom, I'm going to have my cell phone out. I'm going to record it so that court TV can't, edit these videos and then show us, select
3 hours later
clips of it and then spin a narrative around that. I'm going to be there to put out the absolute truth when the hearing is over and we can step outside and I can share that with you all.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
that's kind of my takeaway on this is court TV is going to have possibly, don't quote me on it. I don't know who's going to be able to run, a video of this, but
we know that the defense did not want. Lana went, from what I understand, Jaylit. I don't know if she's there or not, but I heard she did go.
Well, she said this for, way back in time when, these hearings that have been postponed or canceled altogether.
Right.
She at one time had made travel plans to go to one of them.
Wow.
I forget.
Yeah, definitely.
She was.
Well, I'm sure.
So this
I'm
is
sure
just
Houdini's there too. JLR.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. He's
everywhere.
and I feel there's. I don't know. I'll just hold my thoughts on that. I think.
I get it.
Have you guys watched JLR's recent live and it's concerning Kara.
No, I did not see that one.
He mentioned that Moscow Police Department phoned him concerning this assault. That this guy on King Road in July.
When the guy went up to him?
Yeah,
I
with his
didn't hear
flags
that.
on his car, and then he called 911. Well, during that live, which was just a few days ago, when he was speaking about Kara Northington, he mentions early on in that live that Moscow Police Department just called him to give him an update on whatever that person's name is that assaulted him, which is kind of suspicious. I mean, does that ever happen to any of
Not that I've known,
you?
unless the guy was released from jail and had made a threat. That's the only thing I could see, but JLR doesn't live in Idaho, so it shouldn't have been a big deal.
That would be weird to get a phone call from the police department to give you an update, I would think. But JLR is just not an average person. You know, he has a big platform.
The only thing I could think of is that he called them first and they called him back and were responding to something he may have asked. You know what I mean? And he just didn't phrase it that way.
Maybe. I hadn't thought of that, but
and they do update
victims.
That's true. That is true, Eddie. Opinionated says that, and he was listed considered a victim in that scenario, so they do update him in that sense. I do know that much.
Okay.
So
well,
it could have
I
happened.
read into things too much and overthink things too much at times, but he does have a platform. He's got a large audience, and he has a particular opinion when it comes to the Idaho 4.
Okay. J-Rod saying that the DA's office was the one that called JLR, maybe about filing charges against that guy or about the charges that he pressed. Possible. That could have been what he was
sorry, you brought the name up. I was just saying he's probably there.
I'm sure he is. He had a media request in that was in the documents the other day, so I'm sure he is.
But getting back to what we were saying, so like, here's the thing: they can't bitch about how the public's feeling about this if they're going to be so secretive about it. Because if you were open about it, maybe people wouldn't talk about it as much. But like, you can't expect to.
I agree and disagree with you at that, and this respectfully too, buddy.
That's fine. Always.
I think that the gag order was good and bad in some senses. Okay. And there should be a happy medium in the middle there somewhere, but there's not at this point. That's the sad thing. So I know what you're saying, though. I do agree with you in a sense. But at the same time, like, truthfully, none of this is really any of our business, but they made it our business. That's the problem. Okay. So at that point, they put out what they wanted us to see, as we all know, as I've spoken time and time again about the smear campaign, blah, 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 so on and so forth. But yeah, and that's right, Jerry. We don't have any rights to this at all, guys. None. That's the sad thing. We don't. But we have.
True, but I wasted a couple of weeks looking for a wrong year car that that they knew the right year of. So as the public, put my time and effort into looking for this individual. So
that's right. That's right. And the thing is they've asked us. They asked us in the beginning for our help. Okay. That's another side of this too. They asked for the public's help to find this, that, and everything else. And then when the public gets involved, they get over involved in a sense. So that, in a sense, is partly where that can become like crossing that line. And I'm not explaining this the way I'm trying to. It's not coming out the way I want it to, is what I'm trying to say. But
I got you, bud.
Either way, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think the gag order was good as well because of I think Steve Gonzalez was doing more harm than good. Number one, I think that was a main reason for it because you have so many families involved, lawyers, stuff like that. But on the other hand, the secrecy of these trials is what I'm really like. Kind of, I know you say that they don't owe us anything, but if it's open to the public and all this stuff, what's the big deal?
All right. No, I understand. It's touchy. It is. It's like kind of teetering both ways. It's very hard to
Yeah.
differentiate what's right and what's wrong with that. That's the problem.
But you would think that they're probably, that they're going to do this for the trial, the trial, right? If they're doing this for these little hearings or whatever, can they do that as well?
Well, say that again.
Like, can they do the exact same thing they're doing with these hearings today with the actual trial that happens whenever?
Oh, well, they can put in any motion they want to for whatever they want, as far as like making it completely closed and stuff like that. They can motion for any of that stuff.
Gotcha.
Yeah, right. And that's a good point right there, Salty. Secrecy. And then he says, take a look at Delphi and you can see the difference. There's a huge difference. There really is with that. She's right. The thing is I think because of one, it's such a high profile case, and there's been so much stuff with this case, whether it be social media, MSM, any of it, guys. There's so much of it that surrounds this case that they're trying to maybe bring that down by keeping a lot of us out of it so that we can't just run with things, because people can get one. You could hear, like, I've seen this happen. Somebody on social media could hear one comment made in the courtroom, not even a full comment, but one word of a comment, and jump on their phone or immediately and say, he said this, not even the full sentence. And somebody will grab that and run like the wind with that, and then it turns into the rumor mill again. You know what I mean?
True. But if I recall, the media was tracking this dude's plane across the country, correct?
Oh, yeah.
So the media covered this every second of every day for how long, but yet we can't,
I get it.
That's what
I understand. I see what you're saying. I do. I understand.
You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think
absolutely.
Sorry. I was
You're
just going to say, I think the problem with the gag order is it's limited. So what happens is we don't get to know key facts that might stop all this speculation. So all the speculation is out of control because we're given these tiny snippets from, mainstream media and all of these people and God knows who else. And, I don't know.
I say that again, hon. You're going in and out. I didn't catch the last part.
I was echoing there. So there's gag order. I understand, Dago, that I can see the good in it, but I think it's done more harm than good, in my opinion. I just think because we've all run away with speculations that might have been stopped.
And that's where I'm saying, when I said it's good and bad, that's where I'm saying it. You're right. I agree with you on that aspect, because, if it was a full gag order on everything and everybody that was completely involved, we wouldn't get any of this stuff other than like leaks that would happen here and there, which we've had. And then the speculation couldn't be as strong and or as bad as it has been. It's been bad in all directions, on a sense. But there's been so many crazy things that have come out with this case, is what I'm saying, that they don't want, in my opinion, they don't want people making any more of that happen. Okay, not to say that we're doing that, but it does happen. It does happen.
Yeah, but what they don't understand is people have kids, and I feel for the families of the victims, but who also feel for is Bryan Kohberger's family, because they obviously are going through this as well, and they don't deserve it. So for them, so it's you can look at it two ways. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but you're wrong if you look at it like that.
I agree with you. I do. I mean, look what's happened to his family. His family suffered through this. His sisters lost their jobs. I mean, they're suffering just as I shouldn't say just as much. They're suffering in their own way. Okay, let me put it that way. As well, they're possibly losing their child, their brother. They're also their lives have been interrupted completely. They can't just live a normal life right now. They're going through this stuff as well.
Yeah,
so,
and if he's convicted, they're going to shoot him. So their child's going to die as well. And obviously, they thought their child was normal if he did this, and all of a sudden, bang, he, basically took his own life for what?
Yeah, That's very possible. Yeah. No, I
You know what I
understand.
mean?
I understand.
To have an opposite opinion is they don't like that, and I don't. You know, I understand it, like you said, but you know, if you're gonna put stuff out there for weeks and weeks and weeks and months and ask public for help, and then we have some questions, and you're gonna make everything secretive, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have more questions, but that's just me.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, you know, the families of the 4 victims, they lost their children. That's a little bit bigger than what Brian's family's going through, but at the same time, like you said,
Absolutely.
they're going through their side of things too. So, you know, I'm just saying, it's just a bit different, and it's hard to say. It's hard to voice some of these things without saying it the wrong way or putting it in the wrong aspect or perspective. You know, it's very hard to say things
You know
with
what?
it.
You know what plays on my mind is when Judge said, you know, he gave a warning to mainstream media, and it hasn't stopped any of them plugging, like News Nation and Coffin Duffer and all of those, plugging guilty, guilty, guilty. They don't care.
Right.
I struggle with that. What is the judge? Is he going to do anything about what mainstream media is doing? Because in my opinion, if Brian's guilty, they have handed him a deal on a gold platter.
Yeah.
And the judge gave them all a warning, you know, you need to stop with this, and they're carrying on. So what next?
And remember, we don't know how they got his name, so it could have been a tip. And they might have got that tip from who? The public. So as soon as you asked for the public's involvement in this, then I became involved.
Yeah.
So now I want to know information. And if you want to be angry at me about that, that's fine. But as soon as you ask me for help, you involve me in this.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I'm going to agree with you on that. That's what I was saying earlier. It makes sense in that way too. You know, it goes both ways, but
I just don't understand why mainstream media, you know, there's this gag order and it applies to just a few, really. How are mainstream media, and I know social media as well, but I think most of us, or a portion of us on mainstream media, are putting out more diplomatic, broader questions. I think most of us believe innocent till proven guilty, but you've got mainstream media pushing the other narrative.
yes,
How are they getting away with it? I don't get it.
because
That's how it's always been, though. You know,
I mean, they have that freedom. That's why the judge can't do anything about media.
when you have a university losing that much money daily, I mean, holy moly. You know, and the pressure that was on them to have somebody in custody was, I mean, we all saw it.
Yeah, the deadline, of course. But that answers that question, in my opinion, Nelly, about the judge doing something about that. I do believe that it's because they have maybe that's why he's closed all this, because you know, he can't do anything about what they're doing. If he keeps it closed, then they can't be in there. You know what I'm saying? So that's my opinion. That's all I'm saying. But let me finish this video up here real quick so that we can get through this one and let Eddie get his point out too, because this definitely cracks me up. The whole video so far does. But one moment here.
Allegedly, have they all been cleared from this investigation?
What I can tell you is that the roommates that were there and the people that called 911, so that would be all the people that were in the house, detectives at this point in time do not believe that any of them were involved. All of them have been cooperative and all of them helped with the investigation.
So there's been a lot of talk about a dog being at the scene that may have been one of the victim's dog. My question is, was the dog present in one of the rooms, or was the dog just roaming somewhere in the house? Do we know that just yet?
Yeah, so to the best of my knowledge, we do not know that. What we do know is indeed there was a dog at the residence. Once the officers came, the dog was taken to animal services, where then a responsible person came and picked up the dog.
Was the dog present for the crime?
So I don't have the information and we're not sure.
And where's the dog now? Is the dog with the victim's ex-boyfriend? Can you release that information?
So that's really not our information to release. We do know that the dog was taken to animal services and then a responsible person came and took the dog.
Is the dog any part of the investigation at this point right now?
I mean, I don't have the answer for you. I'm not sure.
We learned through some of the press conferences as well as directly from some of the victims' parents that there was a targeted subject there. One of the deceased victims was the target. Can you tell me who was targeted, or were there multiple people that were targeted during that incident?
So that's actually a real difficult question. And the reason why is because that would be pertinent to the investigation. I think what we have been very consistent in saying is that we believe that this was targeted. We have not come out and said it's targeted to one person or to multiple people. That's all part of that investigation that ultimately will come out. But just right now, it's pretty pertinent to our investigation.
Good copy, good copy. I've been following you guys' timeline, and you update it as you guys get more information. Xana and Ethan, Mr. Chapin, I looked at the timeline. There's a missing block between 9 p.m. and 1:45 a.m. Our team has tried to put together a map and kind of figure out if there's any sources or anything that can provide us information. Have y'all been able to fill that part of the timeline in? Because that would probably be critical to you guys' investigation, right?
Yeah, that would be very important. And so as detectives are out and about, that's also what we're trying to do. And so anybody that has information, we would love to talk with them. We would love video, ring camera, just anybody with thoughts and concerns about that. We want to talk to them. We want to make sure that we have a crystal clear picture of where the victims went, where they were that night.
Is the fraternity house a part of the crime scene?
As part of the crime scene, no, but they do. The people within the fraternity house would have pertinent information. Potentially they saw something out of the ordinary. Maybe there were some interactions, those types of things. And so anybody with that information, we want to talk to.
I don't want to get into the investigation. Obviously, you have to protect that. But the theory of there being what people call a peeping Tom, is that still an option, that someone was in the woods looking at these victims? And if that is true, should the public still be concerned right now? Because that person is still out on the loose.
So that's a two-part question. So the first part of that question is essentially, have we ruled anything out? And I can tell you unequivocally, we have not. As we're gaining this picture of what occurred, I think we're going to be able to hopefully ascertain kind of the facts of the case and potentially come up with some sort of idea. We do not want to get pigeonholed into anything because we would feel that we would miss the other facts. And right now, since we don't have a specific direction in which to go, we don't want to miss the other facts. The second part of that question, I think, is more about the public safety and the public concern, fear in the community. We recognize there's fear in the community. Ultimately, there is a person or persons that is in either our community or someone else's community who's committed 4 murders. And so people need to be alert and aware.
Obviously, you got somebody that's on the loose right now. There's a lot of fear with the public. Based on what you guys have been able to collect, and y'all have profiles there on the team, BAU unit is here, why not go ahead and release that profile?
So we don't currently have a suspect. And so as we build that picture, that information from BAU is going to be critical into trying to develop that. And so if we just provide information to the public, I just don't think that that's going to be a wise choice. It will potentially put more fear, more suspicion on a wide variety of people versus if we use that to really refine where we're at in our investigation. I think that'll be more pertinent.
Based on the profile that BAU has been able to gather, and again, I understand this is crucial to your investigation, do you believe that this suspect has the ability to attack again, or do you think this was an isolated incident, that he was specifically targeting individuals or an individual there at that house?
You know, so I think we have to kind of go back to unfortunately, our standard is that we believe that this was a targeted incident.
So you don't think this, based on the profile, this person or persons will attack again?
I would hate to speculate on anything like that. If you say one way or the other, I think that you'd be doing a disservice to the community. So ultimately, we know that there is somebody who has some people, right? Ultimately, we know that there's a person or persons that is in a community somewhere that has committed 4 murders. And I think it's important for the public to know that while they may not see a lot of activity in and out of the house, they may not hear about a lot of the different interviews that are occurring, we're making substantial progress. We have a lot of people working on this case. And you know, our ultimate resolution is that we would like to find a suspect, make an arrest, and then go through the judicial process, because that's what would be appropriate.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
So
Hey,
Dago, the big takeaway there was the question about Murphy, and then his long, awkward pause, and then that Cheshire cat grin.
What the hell is he laughing at?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that the grin. I noticed that pissed a lot of people off.
The dog wasn't processed. The dog had DNA potentially on it, and they know that.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
But that's what that's why I asked before. Did the person just put Murph in the room, and what that equates to in my mind is this person knew, or Murph knew this person. Murph has seen this person before, and was comfortable with this person's commands after its own whatever. So that's why, to me, Murph plays a big key into this, and to laugh about it, that doesn't mean I never saw that.
Well, neither did I. And where did Aaron Snell go?
Yeah. Where did he go? I was thinking the same thing.
I saw him for a short period of time throughout this beginning of the investigation, and then poof, he was gone. I don't know why or what. I don't know if it's because of things like that.
But with Aaron Snell, he is the one who put out on more than one occasion that Zana and Ethan were missing after 9 p.m. Nobody knew their whereabouts, and this is one of my biggest problems with the case. If you have got two surviving roommates and you interview them, surely you interview them straight away and you get their stories. They put it out there that they were out separately in the town and were both home by 1 a.m. Then the PCA says that actually Bethany saw Zana and Ethan until 1:45 and knew they were home by 2. What, did she go home with them? Did she follow them home? She can vouch for them between, that 15 minutes. She saw them from 1:45 to 2. How can that change so dramatically when all the media outlets were appealing for information on where Zana and Ethan were? Then you've got Zana's dad saying, well, they were home chilling together, eating pizza. How can this, how do you not get the story straight with the two people who were in the house when these crimes happened immediately? Surely Bethany said, well, actually, I saw them in Sigma Chi until 1:45 and they were home by 2 because I also, she also saw them. She must have been in Sigma Chi till 1:45 and she must have been home at 2. That's 15 minutes. And yet it must have been 2 weeks. They were going, well, we don't know where we're. No idea. If the public could help, that'd be great. This is my biggest problem, actually, with the case. I don't get it. I don't understand how law enforcement either got it really wrong or Bethany lied.
Yeah. Well, that's why. And again, I don't want to be the person to say, but I call a spade a spade. If you asked me what happened if you took Bryan, Kohberger out of the equation, then I would say there was some kind of jealousy, love, something went on in there. And I'm not saying that they committed the crime, that Dylan or Bethany committed the act, because it's very, Ethan is 6'3", 6'4", so to overpower 4 people, that's very difficult. But the 8-hour time gap is a problem because it's a whole workday, and you can't not track for the amount of blood that they're saying was in the room. You can't not track that around the house, outside, into the car. It's very difficult. So obviously there was some kind of cleanup, but if the time frame that they, like you said, that they put in the PCA doesn't give any time for cleanup. So, but 8 hours is a good time for cleanup. So if I had to guess, they know who did this. Somebody cleaned up. That's why they found a latent footprint, not a bloody footprint. And something went down and nobody's talking, and they needed a suspect. And this was their guy. Because listen, if they did this correctly and they had the evidence, there wouldn't be so many possibilities of him getting off on a technicality, correct?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm sure the Long Island guy is, that dude ain't going anywhere. He's going to be in prison for the rest of his life. There's no chance in hell he's getting out because of, the evidence. And look at that PCA compared to this PCA.
Exactly.
It's night and day.
I do think, Willie, that the Long Island case has others involved. And I think one of them was the chief of police. I think it was a whole ring of them.
Yeah, I mean, I know the whole corruption, but I'm talking about them, how they're, they put out the pictures, they put out the burner, all the stuff, putting him everywhere, and then the DNA, all that stuff, where we just got kind of most of the 3/4 of the PCA was them explaining the what were they explaining, Digga? Was it what the camera saw, or what the because they were very specific on like times, like
you're talking about
they focused on a major key point in the PCA, really, that was, how they got this.
With the timeline, you mean?
Which
or
was
with
the times. Yeah, the times. So they built those times off of what? The pinging?
Well, no, the timeline was being built based on what I remember, mostly off of one of the roommates' phones. Okay, is where the timeline came from for the most part.
Both of them.
So witness testimony and witness and the phones and the victim phones are that's what they're basing it off of, right? Like the TikTok activity at whatever 413, whatever it was.
Yes, yeah, and yes, Mrs. Kelly, I'm going to be live the whole time. So yeah, no, I do believe. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but the timeline was based off of Bethany's phone, wasn't it?
And Dylan's. Both.
Yeah, but well, I thought it was, they had mentioned, I remember reading in there that was mostly off of BF.
No, it says in the PCA, due to forensic downloads of BF and DM's phones, they can obtain the time of the murders.
Right. Thank you, Salty. But no. That's where the timeline was based on. But why would you? I don't know. I've never been comfortable with that. That's just me, though.
I haven't either, because why wouldn't you? I mean, you've got Maddie and Kaylee calling Jack D until, was it 2:56? And both suddenly stop. So why has that got nothing to do with it? They don't mention any of the victims' phones apart from Zana allegedly being on TikTok.
Both roommates downloaded from their phones. Right. Thank you, Salty. Sorry. Go ahead, Nelly. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, not at all. I was just saying, to me, it's unusual that you haven't got anything from the victims' phones that are in the PCA apart from Zana allegedly being on TikTok at 4:12.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the way I look at it is, I think law enforcement are just taking the surviving roommates' word for it. That they could do anything with their phones. Just, this is purely spitballing, but they could have been involved in a murder at 3 a.m. and then they could have used their phones at 4:15, saying, "Can you hear a noise?" Texting each other and show it to law enforcement and say, "Well, this is when it happened because we felt there was an intruder at this time and we messaged each other." That's no proof. They could have put Zana's phone on TikTok. They could have done anything. Sorry to bring.
You're okay, Nelly. Bubby, you're fine, hon. Don't worry about it. You're not interrupting anything. That's what this is all about. Everybody has the option and the opportunity to be heard and speak. So don't worry about that at all. You're fine. And thank you. Go ahead, Nelly. I'm sorry, hon.
No, not at all. I was just going to say, it's not uncommon at all for a perpetrator to use a victim's phone to muddy the timeline. At all. It's actually very common. Even Rex Human used phones, There's so many people who have committed a murder, and then to try and confuse the timeline, they text or they do something. How do we know that didn't happen with TikTok?
Well, remember, so we have, well, number one, they contradicted themselves in the PCA. They said that the murders happened between 4 and 4:20. I'm sorry, 4 and 4:25, but yet they have a car on Walenta, I believe, speeding away at 4:20. So we have TikTok activity at 4:13 from one of the victims, number one. We have At 4:17, we have commotion heard on some kind of whatever ring camera or whatever they have in the area. And then in that 3-minute time gap, he got out of there in his car, hit with Lenta without getting any kind of trace out or in his car.
Yeah.
3 minutes.
Right.
The other thing I want to bring up, if it's okay, is that, you know, all this footage we're having from ring cameras and Linda Lane and all of this, Banfield, you show me a license plate you can read. I can't make one of them out. Can you?
No, I couldn't either. I'm going to step out just for about 30 seconds, guys. I'll be right back. Keep going with what you're doing. You guys are doing great, and I will be right back.
Cool. Yeah, I thought about the license plate thing, and I thought to myself, okay, so if he has admitted, obviously in his alibi, to driving around, then even if they have his plate driving around, what does that prove?
Exactly. Because
so unless you have his phone pinging in the house, you have his, car at the house on something that puts him in the house, in the area, because the touch DNA doesn't really put him in the house because that could be brought from outside the house. So there's nothing right now that's putting him inside the house. There's no semen mixed with blood. There's no, saliva. We have touch DNA on a button snap of a sheath that we don't even know 100% for fact that a K-bar was even used in this crime because they don't have a weapon.
No, exactly. And also, this is another of my bugbears, as I say in the UK. You know that touch DNA, right? This really puzzles me. So if you're the perpetrator and you're either holding this knife sheath or wearing it. So it must have been cleaned before, in my opinion. So once you've committed these crimes, there's going to be clothing fibers, there's going to be skin cell, there's going to be sweat, there's going to be all sorts of other DNA from the perpetrator on that knife sheath after the crimes were committed. So then what? He cleans it after. He cleans it down, misses. Then he doesn't forget it.
But now remember now, what is leather?
It was animal skin.
So leather is skin, and skin is very porous.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that he accidentally got his DNA on the inside of the button snap, but not on any of the leather, which is literal skin.
So that's my point. When was this sheath cleaned? From what they're saying, you've got this knife sheath that's got one tiny speck on the underside of the snap button.
And possibly two others. Remember that, because we don't know where they were located.
Yeah, true. But then you think, well, if he cleaned it after he killed Maddie and Kaylee, because it was allegedly under Maddie, but was initially next to Maddie, that doesn't even make sense. Because
I think they said it was under.
Yeah, but not in the PCA, Willie. It was next to.
Really?
Yep. PCA says next to Maddie. Then later in a report, it says under Maddie wrapped up in the comforter. So that doesn't even match.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you guys a question. So how do you think he entered the house, if we're going to go with, a K-bar and a sheath was used? How do you think he entered the house with the sheath and how he maneuvered, where he kept it and how he maneuvered with it? Because how I took it, if he's a vegan, he had no problem handling a leather sheath, which means he had no problem wearing a belt. So he obviously didn't put the sheath on a belt, which means he walked in the house with it. How, in your opinion? And then did what with it?
But you're right, Willie. This is ludicrous because if he wore the Dickies all in one, it doesn't have belt loops. So he would have had to put it over the Dickies suit. And then, in my opinion, if he had it in a belt, he wouldn't have dropped the sheath. It wouldn't have come off.
Yep.
So then what? He carries it in holding the sheath in his hand and what?
Why do you even bring it in?
Who would bring a sheath in?
I guess a criminology TA.
Yeah. Well, this is it. None of it makes sense. None of it makes sense at all to me. You know, I don't think.
Listen, people can't have their cake and eat it too, because
That's why I said
you can't say he's this assassin that could get away. You know, he's this crazy assassin that knew how to, you know, use the perfect chemicals, the perfect tactics, the perfect everything to do this in this timeline without leaving a trace. But then on the flip side, he took his phone, drove his car, and then drove his car across the country. You can't have both of those.
No,
So either he's a complete idiot or he's a mastermind, because this has been his life for how long?
So we've been saying for months, either he is that good or he just is that dumb. One of the two.
I will put money on it, Dago, that not one of your chat members or your members or any of us on panel would ever premeditate a crime. None of us, or maybe there are some PhD criminology students here, but none of us who aren't criminology PhD students would drive around town, do 3-point turns everywhere. And this is the other thing. If the guy was stalking this house, he'd know where to park.
Yeah, well, exactly. Well, the issue is they put reasonable doubt now with that footage, because what the defense can argue, and what I will argue, because I've actually, since this happened, I've ordered DoorDash. I've ordered all of them actually, and I watch them pass my house every single time. And they call me, and they have to do this maneuver, turn around, come back, and then that's where I finally get my food. So if you look on the video, that could be argued as the DoorDash driver.
Real quick update. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Real quick update from 14 minutes ago. It says the hearing seems to be delayed. Still waiting outside to be let in. Now.
You said 14 days ago?
14 minutes ago. Sorry.
Oh.
No, this was just from 14 minutes, and I just now got. I don't know why I'm on such a delay with this, but that's from Bryan. And again, that the hearing seems to be delayed for some reason.
Oh boy.
And he's still waiting outside. So, and we do know that he was talking about 52 minutes ago. The update was that the judge is considering banning cell phones and laptops from the courtroom. So if he goes quiet, so he's still outside waiting to get inside for this. For whatever reason, they have it delayed. I don't know. That's an interesting theory, though. It makes you wonder. That's all I can say.
With the Holy Christmas, this is crazy, man. It delayed. What now? Due to rain? So let's ban everything.
Maybe somebody got sick again. Who knows? You know.
Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe a defense lawyer quit.
Well, don't.
Yeah. Well, hey, we know that happens now too.
Sorry, I'm being a little facetious, but I mean,
right.
We're all kind of going on. It's crazy.
We're talking about the car in the neighborhood. Is it okay if I share some thoughts with you guys?
Please.
Hell yeah.
Always, buddy. Always.
Can you imagine if he was brought in for questioning, and they have so much information, or they have so much against Bryan Kohberger, and the detective sits down to talk to him and have him explain where he was that night. What if he says, "Yes, Officer Payne, that was my car. And that is me." See, I enjoy staying active and eating healthy, and I belong to a small running group. About half a dozen of us belong in this group. Sometimes we get together and jog as our schedule allows. Sometimes there's 2 of us, sometimes there's up to 6. But that night we had 4.
Right.
Typically, we get together on the weekends, usually late at night or in the early morning hours, as we are all full-time college students with very busy schedules. And doing it on weekdays seems impossible. I think that evening I arrived around 3 a.m., possibly drove by the band field at about 2:58 a.m. We always meet up at so-and-so's apartment at the 500 Queen Road apartment complex, because our favorite route takes us through the botanical gardens. I've been meeting up with this group about a dozen times during the last couple months. On that night, we started off about 3:10 or 3:12. As usual, we headed by the band field on Tyler Taylor Avenue. There was a couple police officers detaining a couple college students on the band field. We ran up Walenta and through the Arboretum and did our usual loop. The distance we run varies, half hour to 40 minutes, depending on how we feel. After the run, we chatted for a bit and changed into our street clothes, and everyone left, except for me. I was particularly absent-minded that night. I drove my car down to the end of Queen Road and realized I forgot my bag with the running clothes. So I did this 3-point turn, went back up the hill to get my bag, and ended my evening by turning off my Garmin running watch and then left for home. What if during questioning something like this would have come out? That puts him right there, but it all depends on his purpose for being in that neighborhood.
And that's what brings me back to why they didn't bring him in and question him. Because if you bring him in and question him and he gives you that story, just like every other interrogation, what do? They take that story and they start poking holes in it. And that's what they could have done if they brought him in for questioning, is took a story, poked holes in it, and found out that, got all the pieces together and cornered him into whatever. But that's not how it went down. They didn't. He's not going to have an opportunity to say what everything you just said unless he testifies. So in the 10 minutes, in my opinion, the 10 minutes they brought him in after he was arrested, he didn't say much, and he asked for a lawyer, and they were just trying to, get something out of him. But I agree with you. I mean, there's a lot of scenarios that could have played out that night because his phone was off and they can't put him, which it sounds like, in that direct area. So it's a huge possibility. It's just I don't think he's going to get up on the stand, and because then that gives the defense, that upper hand to poke holes, which they could have done if they brought him in for questioning. And that's what just pisses me off, is doesn't make sense. If you didn't have a suspect and you were questioning all these people, asking the public for help, begging them for help, why didn't you bring in your guy and ask him questions?
Great point. Great point. Real quick, Nelly, thank you for that gifted membership, as well as Shelly. Thank you as well. Both of you, thank you very much. Natural Healing was gifted, as well as oh Lord,
Tamara.
Yes. Thank you so very much. I absolutely appreciate you both so much. Sorry to interrupt, Willie. I'm sorry.
So Willie, that would be the purpose. That's the benefit of them taking him down SWAT style, because at that point they're not asking him if he thinks he's innocent. They're telling him that he's guilty. We have this DNA in the crime scene and other circumstantial evidence against you, and you're being arrested for this.
Oh, remember,
he wouldn't have the ability to assert his innocence. Therefore,
but that's what I mean. Because remember, he hurried up to get to Idaho. Why? To figure out what the hell he was, what everything was about. Because in PA, he didn't know much. So he was hit with this bang, and obviously didn't talk. And then they flew him to Idaho, and that's where he saw everything. And in my opinion, if he actually knows the law and he knows he's cooked, then he would plea and not get shot by a firing squad. But instead, he literally wanted a speedy trial, and 9 motions were filed to get to discovery, and nothing was handed over. And here we are.
Okay, guys, real quick here, 1 minute ago. The deputy's saying now that the judge will allow cell phones and laptops today, but encourages everyone to follow the rules. No recording allowed. That's good to know. And the hearing seems to be delayed, as Jules was stating, because the first hearing was still ongoing. So that's interesting too. Good to know. Thank you, Bryan Enton, once again for being. The only reason why I have Bryan in Twitter on this, because he's like boom with everything, like right away. So I'm really actually surprised they're going to allow the phones and the laptops, and I guarantee you there's people that will be recording regardless. So I just know it's going to happen.
I have like a spy pen or something.
Yeah, right.
That first hearing must have been intense.
If it's still ongoing, I'm going to guess, yeah, definitely.
And I'm sorry, what was the first hearing? Do we know what it was regarding?
Motion to dismiss.
Motion to dismiss, yeah. Which is why it's kind of interesting that it's still ongoing.
Yeah, you figured it would have been shut down quick.
And then the second hearing is in regards to oh Jesus, my mind. Eddie, what's the second hearing in regards to?
That I don't know.
Is it
I
discovery?
can't remember to save my life because I was so like worried about the first hearing. 1 second, guys.
I'm wondering if it's
Holy macaroni.
all the discovery the defense don't
I
have.
think it has something to do with the discovery still, but we know that we had the 9th request for, so I'd have to go back and pull the paperwork on it to look again. The morning hearing from it's still going on as we speak right now. So who knows if the second hearing is going to happen? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's quite interesting to me. But now they're saying that they're allowing phones and laptops with no recording. So we'll see what happens. God, I'd love to be a fly on the wall in there right now.
That's what I was about to say. I just want to be a fly, man.
I would pay anything to be in there right now. I'm just saying.
Going back to what Willie said about why didn't they bring him in for questioning? There were wasn't it the FBI who had a phone conversation with him, or he was spoken to, wasn't it? And they just happened to forget to record it.
I don't believe so.
No,
unless that's true, because I heard they also happened to not turn on their body cams when they arrested them either.
Yeah,
in
but
in PA.
Yeah, they didn't, right. So they didn't have body cam. Now you think apparently PA
Here's my problem
don't
with that.
have funding.
I want to state something about the PA thing. Okay. I find it extremely hard to believe, especially with that the FBI, or for that matter, any law enforcement agency involved in a situation like this, would not turn on their body cams, mainly to protect themselves in a situation like this, let alone, multiple agencies. At the very least, I would think the FBI would have done that. Now, whether or not they're saying that they forgot to turn them on to keep it so that they don't have to allow what went on, I don't know. Okay, but I'm just saying it's really hard to believe.
Yeah, because you know that Anne can say, okay, so you found a knife, you found black clothing, all this stuff. How can you prove that you guys didn't place that there?
Exactly.
Where is the proof that you guys came upon this stuff in my client's room? Where is the proof of that? And they're going to say 50 people didn't have their body cams on. What?
Well, everyone was saying, Willie, that PA did not have the funding for body cams, which
Don't believe that, because I've been pulled over. I've been, and they got something on. They're always got something on them.
But also, this isn't just PALE. This is a SWAT team. This isn't just their local cops. This is a SWAT team. So they have got no body cam of the arrest. They've lost their autopsy video and notes. FBI have lost the chain of discovery for the DNA on the knife sheath, and they did not record an interview with Bryan Kohberger. How on earth is this going to stand up in court?
And on top of that, they have no weapon and no motive.
Exactly. And no contact with the victims.
No connection.
Nothing. No DNA anywhere. This is a hot mess as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't get it, because
that's a high risk type of takedown when you go into someone's house while they're sleeping at night in the darkness. So a misfire, someone trigger happy could have shot and taken the life of Bryan Kohberger, but with the body cams that were not in use, they wouldn't have the ability to, if Bryan Kohberger died, they wouldn't. They would. I'm getting a
You're echoing.
Bryan Hoffman, I think, got to shut his.
Go ahead, Eddie. Go ahead. I muted it.
Thank you. So if Bryan Kohberger died, then they wouldn't be able to. If someone refuted, that was unjustified use of force. They could claim, well, he pulled a gun on us, but you would never be able to refute that. So
kind of like Bryan Kohberger, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But okay,
Unreal.
That's all I had.
Well, I was just going to say that, with all of this, where they lost everything and there were no cams for the arrest, how sus is it that when they went to search his apartment in Washington, it was like some big show? It was like, here we are, we're coming in, anybody, we're coming in. And he was in jail. And then it's like, we'll tell you after our cams are still on.
Right?
It was just...
And then to come out with a report about him taking his trash out 6 weeks later, I found laughable, because the only thing that showed me is he's awake at 4 a.m. So that makes it even more that his lawyer could say, so, okay, so you saw my client throwing trash away. Obviously, they didn't find anything crazy because he would have known about it. But
And the way he was doing it, they made a big deal about, and that's the way everybody does it. They separate their trash from their recyclables, the regulars to the. And he wore gloves. I do the same thing, guys.
But it shows that he was awake at that time, Dago,
That's it. Yeah.
And that's what I said, Willie, if there was something in that trash that he was putting in his neighbors, it would be in that PCA. He was discarding trash that had victim DNA on it, or he was discarding trash no, he was just putting something in his neighbor's trash. Why didn't they say what it was?
Because it was nothing. They just wanted to sound suspicious that he was throwing out his trash, and that was reported.
Oh, hold on one second. Sinead, I tried to bring you up 3 times, hon. It would not allow me when I clicked on it to do it. It said that your stuff wasn't connected. I tried. I really did.
Jeez.
Welcome, Don't Dive, by the way. Thank you for joining us. I had to mute you because it was causing an echo, hon.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi there.
Yeah, about far for who interviewed Bryan, Payne interviewed him in person, but special agent with the FBI, Shirley, he interviewed him, but he did it over the phone. Now, who does that? Because the FBI went to Gabriela Vargas's, after she testified for that hearing. So what's up with that? That's what I don't
Why
understand.
would that not be a face-to-face interview?
Yes, Dago, exactly. I don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense. Of course, nothing else does. You would do that face to face. That's what I don't understand.
Especially with a crime like this. I mean, to be honest, with the response time of the detectives. I'm echoing a little bit, Dago.
Don't dive. Do you have something on in the background? Because it's echoing right back through.
Okay.
Hello?
Is it still?
Hello. Eddie dropped down.
Am I still echoing?
Yeah, it's coming back through Don't Dive.
Okay, hold on a minute. Let me see.
No problem. Oh, you didn't have to hop out, buddy. The echo had nothing to do with you, bud.
While we're waiting. Oh no, I won't. There's echo. I'm gonna take a minute.
Go ahead. Say what you were gonna say. Who's it echoing through now?
Well, I think if she mutes when she doesn't.
I just muted it so that it doesn't echo until she's ready. Go ahead. What you were gonna say, Nellie?
Yeah, I'm gonna jump down, y'all.
Oh, what's going on, Dive?
I don't know. I don't know where. I mean, I don't have anything in the background. That's what.
Are you on a phone or a computer or headphones?
I'm on a Samsung phone.
Okay. Are you wearing headphones or anything?
No.
Do you have YouTube open?
Let's see.
If that's probably what it is. Once you come into StreamYard, you have to shut down YouTube
There you go.
or mute it.
Sound fine now, Diego.
Yeah. You're there? Yeah, you're good. Don't die. Yeah, there's no echo now.
Nope.
Good stuff. Okay.
But yeah, I forget what I was going to say. Nelly, what were you saying?
There it goes again. Oh, hold on.
Well, okay, y'all. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna stay out. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay, hon. It's not your fault.
Yes, it is.
Well, I mean, it's not your fault.
Bye, everybody.
All right, hon. Thank you for jumping up here anyway.
You're welcome. Take care, guys.
Love you, dear. All right.
Love you too, Dago.
All right. What were you saying now, Willie? Or
Nelly?
One of the Nelly. It was Nelly, right? What were you saying?
It's a bit of a different angle on the case, but it was playing on my mind that, you know, certain things that don't add up. Funny that with the 911 call, and I suddenly thought, what if, this is purely spitballing, but what if there wasn't a delay on the call and that call came in much earlier? Because I don't understand how the call came in at 11:58. Law enforcement got there at midday, and they were all pronounced dead at 12:02.
And what time detectives get there?
Oh, 4:30.
3, 4 in the afternoon. 3:30, 4 o'clock.
So-
Ms. Lily, I see you, dear.
So that's actually what I was saying when I earlier when we were talking about the interview that one had brought up is he said that there was a swift response, and to me, 4 or 5 hours is like this happens every other day in this town.
Well, I just thought that what if, but nobody saw the bodies leaving the premises, and I don't get that.
That's what a lot of people are saying. I don't know what that means or what all that, but.
Well, I just was thinking about it, and I thought
One quick second. 36 seconds ago, Bryan in an update says Kohberger judge says that he will not ban cameras in the courtroom.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Instead, he will take more control of the cameras, which is what I said months ago. The judge also reminds people they are not allowed to record anything in the courtroom. He says that rules have been violated in the past, which we know. The judge says that the morning hearing was sealed because they were dealing with the procedures of the grand jury, and there were a lot of details. Grand jury proceedings are secret, so it has to be sealed, he says. Bryan says, I'm in the courtroom now. Bryan Kohberger just walked in. Hearings should be starting soon. So we're going to get a live, so live feed after the fact to watch for the proceedings. So that's hell yeah, that's awesome. And I hope that they talk about what happened with the dismissal issues. And we're good to go. That's awesome. Good to hear. Thank you, Mama Bear.
So what time? What's the time frame that might start?
They're in there now. So however long that goes on, once it ends, we can look for Court TV to pick this up within minutes, probably 15, 20 minutes, I'll say. Mama Bear said JLR is live, but I don't see how he could be recording anything if he's in the courtroom, which is where he's supposed to. Oh my God, I hate doing this.
I watched this video do this, and they have so many things that look like just regular objects that are cameras. It's wild. I mean, you couldn't even imagine. Like,
right?
Anything could be a camera. But
so JLR is not there. Sitting in his house on the computer.
Okay.
I don't know what the deal is, but I thought he was there.
We just assumed.
Welcome. What's up, War Eagle? Yeah, look, guys, just to show you real quick. He's live right now in his living room. There he is. There's the table, the floors.
Waiting just like us.
Oh, he has
just like us.
in his own house, I see.
That's him live and direct from his living room. So maybe because he was denied the access that he wanted, maybe, or he couldn't just be, I don't know. I don't know either way. So anyway, now we do have, I haven't heard anything else from him at this moment, but AR Hayes is there.
You have somebody on the ground there?
Yeah, AR Hayes is on the ground right now. He was there
shoot.
because
Wait, AR Hayes.
AR Hayes is there?
he's there. Yes,
Is
he's
AR
there.
Hayes, is AR Hayes in chat?
Not yet, no. He's been struggling trying to find a place to get good
Reception,
sound and all that from. But
Gotcha.
I am trying to, 1 second here. Keep in contact. He said it was mass chaos there.
What?
He said he'd be getting pictures and stuff. And I don't know if
I think
Lana is there
Lana's
or
there,
not. I'm
Lana.
sure AR will tell me.
I think-
Phones are like, yeah, right, Salty. That's why I said he's going to allow cameras. So I'm hoping either Law and Crime or Court TV or Idaho News will be live with their camera. Whoever's in the pool, we know that whoever's in the pool that is allowed to be in the pool. Maybe that's why he stayed there, because DLR applied for the pool, and I think he got approved for that. So he'll be able to pull that live stream when it goes live, when they're done, I guess, and he'll be able to film from that. That's what he's doing probably.
Oh, another biased reporter gets approved.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to look into that to see if I can apply for that kind of stuff
Yeah,
too.
go for it,
Because
Dago.
if I can, then I definitely will, guys, from here on out, because I'll be able to bring you guys the hearings as well. So I didn't know we could all do that until I saw he was in there and that Jay for Justice was in there. So from here on out, I'm gonna look into see what I can do to get that approved, just to be in the pool just like everybody else.
Damn, so he went he went from one to ban cameras and phones to allowing
everything. Yeah.
What the?
I think it's because they've been arguing the point that we should be allowed to see how our judicial system works. I think that's what the deal is that everybody's been
Love it.
arguing. And
Amen.
that's really the only thing I think we have the right to, folks, is to see how the judicial system is working for us. So we do have cameras allowed, and we have cell phones and laptops allowed. There's not allowed to be any filming. The cameras in the pool are allowed to film. So hopefully after the fact, we're going to get that. That'll be a good thing. I'm excited.
So will it
about
be a 5-10 second delay or a 5-10 minute delay or a
it's
5-10 hour
probably
delay?
gonna be a whole delay, buddy. They will film the whole thing, and then we'll get it back afterwards. They only gave JLR pool because and that's probably what I'm gonna have to do, Salty. But I'm gonna see what I have to do to apply for that so I can bring that to you guys as well on a regular. So
I'm going to make a prediction after this, and you all need to head to Twitter, and it's going to be really painful, but Coffin Duffer is going to mention that he's wearing a suit and he trimmed his eyebrows every time without fail. That's all she can say.
I
Is
know.
how weird it is. He's wearing a suit and he's trimmed his eyebrows.
Right.
Every single time. Hi, Vix.
But
Happy
hello.
Sorry, Vix. I'm sorry, hon. And real quick, Jules just said they didn't give JLR anything. They told him no, and pool, because there is a pool camera that can record, and only the pool camera can record. After it's on the news, we can all show it. See, that's not, from what I understood, was it because he put in, or did I read that wrong, Jules, about that pool, and that he applied to be able to access that pool after the fact. I might be wrong. I thought I was. Either way, we'll be able to access and show it to you guys. So because there's cameras, that's awesome. Okay, yeah, and
Right.
Salty said yes to Jules too. So okay, my misinformation. My apologies.
I wonder how long it'll be.
It could be a couple hours, guys, but it depends on how fast they bring it out. Court TV, Law and Crime, they're usually pretty good. Oh, right, Salty. He gets full access, no biggie. Gotcha. We all have access to it after the fact. That document is nothing special. Thank you, Jules. Well, there we go. He made it sound like it was.
No,
So who knows?
my joke fell very flat because everyone's talking about eyebrows. And if Coffin Duffer, what, yeah, if no, exactly. If you've got to explain it, it's not funny. But back, sack, and crack, nobody's talked about that really. How deep do you have to go for this guy to be completely like, how would he ever, even if today this arrest has been like some kind of falsification, as I think we all know it is, but
Because it
we're all
is.
trying to work out how. But how is this guy going to ever live on? I would buy anything he writes down from now. If he like has the will to do it as
All
a
right.
crack or not crack, heroin addict, how
Sorry
does
to
he come
interrupt.
up from there?
I'm sorry to interrupt, Vix, real quick. The defense is making argument right now to throw out the grand jury indictment as we speak.
Okay, so
My
I'm always
God.
in the moment. Yeah, of course. It's my
Wait, hold on. And
birthday.
we get to see this?
It looks like War Eagle's on there. Jay Logston argues. Jay
Nice.
Logston argues. He notes that the judge said this morning he is unlikely to change his mind, but he will try. So we all already know the motion is going to be denied. Well, that's not good. We
Right.
shall see.
We still get to see the argument, though.
Mm.
I didn't think it.
Judge also advises that yesterday he signed an order for the IGG materials to be reviewed in camera. That just means in chambers, no cameras are involved, right? Good God. We'll see. We'll see. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Vix. I just want to keep you guys up to point, like right off the get. So
Story of my life. It's
go
fine.
right ahead.
No,
Go
I'm
right
all
ahead
right.
with what you were saying.
No, I wanted also, while we're, on that, was apologise in chat as well as to my lovely friend Nelly. The other night when I went up on live, I was celebrating my son's birthday in Australia. So it was already Sunday. My son's birthday was Monday. And there I am. Oh my God. I was just shouting off bullshit basically about two cases that didn't even go to bail. Nothing went to, and I was going, well, Bundy got bail. And Watts got bail, like this, like I was some kind of, it was utter bullshit. And I really, really, I should know better. And it was on Nelly's live, but I knew the case I was trying to get at because it's Porco. Porco got bail, he was identified, and he was properly, yeah, I was so passionate about this Porco case. And it's so similar. So similar. And anyway, I do apologise. No, it was all crap because I would imagine if I could read chat, I would have been like, oh my God, oh Vic, shut your mouth. You are talking utter rubbish. Plus, I was a little bit, I do have a, like a neurology, like things do affect my speech, like normally. Anyway, it really, yeah, I'm so sorry. And I'll say it now. So there you go. I'm sorry.
But it's interesting that you said Bundy got bail. I didn't know that.
No, he just bailed. Like we said,
he bailed.
Like
Oh,
everyone, what? Yeah. No, but factually, it was. I should have known better, So I was just trying to get back to Porco, where he was identified. There was a car. They got him on video. They, the surviving roommate, if you want to put it that way, identified him. And then it all went bananas. Anyway, he's been away 18 years and he is appealing, has been for many a year. But because it was his mother who couldn't, move her jaw because he carved her up, just kept nodding. Oh, it sickened me. But mother's love, I guess. She wrote an absolute, that story to, no, it wasn't him trying to, I don't know, I don't really know, but what I'm trying to say is that if there's a witness and they identify, you know, the subject and he was, you know, fingered for the whole thing and they arrest you're him, it's amazing how you can bail, you know, somebody like that, and
Well,
yet here we are.
I think she
trying to
can't.
get them to run.
I think she can't just like describe him, because if she could, then they would have had enough to at least put out a sketch of what she had seen. So I don't think they're gonna like have her point out him as far as like what eyebrows she saw and this, that. Like, I don't know how that's gonna go down, but I know.
Real quick,
Yeah, but
guys, I
really,
want Carrie Sandane from News from Carrie. She's in courtroom right now as well.
Oh boy.
It's stating that the judge is asking people to have restraint and dignity when covering the Idaho case. How about that? Attorney Jay Logston is now presenting the argument again, like I said, for dismissal or preliminary hearing process on behalf of Kohberger, and it sounds like request has gone the other way, Logston said. Also, she said secrecy aspect of the grand jury can create prejudicial issues. According to defense attorney who is citing the New York case, nobody has argued with Idaho's probable cause basis for indictment. Logston said the big issue is, can Idaho State Supreme Court change the standard of proof? How about that? Wow.
Wow.
standard of proof.
Right.
Well,
That's interesting. Interesting. I'm trying to keep you guys up on every bit of this. I'm going through 3 different people
no, that's great.
So what
that
happened?
are
They argued and it was
No,
denied.
really.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that means.
well, okay, let's go back to that comment one more
Standard
time.
proof.
The secrecy aspect of the grand jury can create a prejudicial issue, can create prejudicial issues. Okay, so we'll take that part first. The secrecy, you know, that they're using with this case and the grand jury
The
itself, it creates you know, prejudicial issues. So there's that. And then
Yeah.
it says, according to the defense attorney Ann Taylor, who is citing New York case, nobody has argued with Idaho's probable cause basis for the indictment. Logsdon said that the big issue is only that can Idaho State Supreme Court change the standard of proof? See, that's hard to understand. I mean, is anybody, Jules, does that make any sense to you? The way that they're putting that out
Yeah,
there.
children.
Yeah, we
Standard
got that,
proof.
Minnie, honey. Thank you. I wonder if it's regarding the DNA. That's a good point, Willow. The standard of proof and the way, like the standards of what the proof is, and that's how low the standard of DNA that they have. You know what I mean? Maybe that's what it means.
Yeah.
Because it's just touch transfer DNA. Maybe that's what it means.
Yeah, it's on that, isn't it? Yeah.
And who's going to be the one that she's going to? It's going to be that same guy that's been in there.
I guess, yeah. I guess so. That's
Jesus,
the only thing I can get out of that, in my opinion.
It's so new, isn't it? It's even to us, it's really still new, and the
Oh, God, yes.
definitions of DNA have not been made plain,
It's
and
changed
everyone talks about
everything.
touch
It's,
DNA.
yeah,
That's why they won't
Yeah,
tell us.
yeah.
it's changed
It's a
everything, Vic.
big
I
one.
absolutely
It's a big
agree.
one, and I think even if he goes, he's obviously been used to food, but if he gets to the point where he is on the Innocence Project.
Right. I mean, that's the only thing that I can see that coming next, too. That's a good point, Vix.
Jesus.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jules. Hold on. Let me go back on that real quick. Where is it? God, I gotta find it again.
Get you
Okay.
to save somebody else.
Okay, so Carrie Sandane from says, oh, wait a minute. This is one, oh, that's an hour ago. Hold on, I'm too far behind. 1 second. She's in the courtroom reporting via her text. Oh shit! Wait a minute. Where did it go now? I lost the damn thing. Sorry, guys. I'm trying.
Yeah, I might hop down and be surprised for this watching it. I don't know if I want to find out this way.
People to have restraint and dignity when covering the Idaho 4 case. The attorney Jay Logston is now presenting the argument for dismissal or preliminary hearing processes on behalf of Kohberger. Sounds like a request has gone the other way, Logston said. Then Carrie Sandane made a post from, because she's inside the courtroom at this point and it keeps freezing. Of course, back up again. First hearing still going on. Kohberger has arrived in familiar suit and tie. Hearing beginning with John Judd. Yeah, okay, we're past that too. I don't know why this is doing this to me. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to. Logston argues the purpose is to make state put on its A game to the grand jury. Says that didn't happen here because 6 jurors wanted to hear more until they were told the standard was probable cause. Interesting. Thank you, War Eagle. Yeah, I got 3 different links here going.
Wait, is War Eagle there?
What's that?
War Eagle's there?
No, War Eagle's picking up the Twitter like I am. Mine's coming slower than everybody's for whatever reason.
Wow, 6 grand jurors want to hear more evidence and they were denied. What? Was that my echo or was that somebody else?
Yeah, that was somebody else.
I'm your echo, Willie.
Wow. Why were they denied?
What the hell is that?
Because they didn't have any more evidence. I'm telling you guys.
Yeah.
I know, they had so much, remember?
There was nothing else to give them, and there it is right there. 6 jurors, 6 of the grand jurors wanted to hear more evidence, and they were denied. So they said, here's what it is, guys. This is what you get. Make your decision based on that. Boom.
Yo, Brian, when you get out, I hope you see this, man. I never said one bad thing.
Wow, that's insane.
What the?
How many on the grand jury? So 6 out of how many?
That is so unjust.
There's 12. There's 12, right?
Yeah, half of them.
So half of the grand jury asked for more info, more evidence, and they said, no, sorry, this is what you get.
How can you do that?
God.
No wonder why it was secret.
Oh, my God.
Imagine if we saw
There it
that.
is right there. Prosecutorial misconduct, possibly.
This is embarrassing.
God of mercy.
All right. Jay argued the 6 grand jurors wanted to hear more evidence, and they were told the standard is there. That explains why they want the Supreme Court to change the standard. The standard is only probable cause, not beyond. Oh, my God. Really?
Wow. So he had no shot. This is what I mean. The secret grand jury, you got no shot. And that's why they say you can indict a ham sandwich with the grand jury because of that reason right there. You got one side.
Jules is saying they could have up to 24 people, she thought. I thought that was right, too, but I thought they only mentioned 12. Casey says 18. Okay. And 6 of them were told, no, you can't hear anything else. That's
because they didn't have anything else.
Jesus.
In my opinion.
I don't think they did either. They didn't have anything else to give them. That's why they said, no, that's what you get.
No, because it would have been the PCA. You're gonna put something strong in the PCA. Like I said, look at the LI guy. Everything's in the PCA, you know.
Thank you, War Eagle. I am sorry I said that out of turn.
Huh?
That's what I'm trying to do, Salty, but they're coming slow to me for some reason.
Withholding exculpatory evidence. What is happening?
Okay. Defense is arguing that the grand jury was given the wrong instructions, but judge says it is the same instruction given to grand jurors for 100 years.
What, you just deny them to see any kind of exculpatory evidence?
I don't think that was the issue. But still, like, here it is right here. These 6 people could be 6 people that, just like us, are saying, I haven't seen enough to make me believe that he did this. So can you show me more, please? Same thing we've been doing. Show us more. Give us something. They said no, they were denied.
So how many had to vote? You know, shouldn't they have said no? We're not going
I
to
think it
indict.
has to be one more than half
Oh,
of
God.
it to go in
Yeah.
that direction, whatever direction.
I can
That's
just
my
imagine the DA saying what he said last time when he asked for the, you know, the other discovery. Oh, we don't have it. You know, like, what's your answer to that? Like, we don't have any more. I mean,
that's bullshit, though. That's bullshit. That's what I've been saying. Okay, so then that tells me right there. We've been hearing for months. Oh, the state has so much. They have stuff. They're waiting. They're going to bring it. Why didn't they bring it for the grand jury then?
Well, also, I'll never forget Santa standing up in court saying to the judge, they can't have it if we don't have it. You know, they have everything. And that was so telling. There's no more to give.
You see what Jules just said. She said, I've been saying that. They say if the grand jury is wrong by instruction, then every single grand juror would need to be dismissed for literally the entire life of that grand jury document. Facts. Logston argues until 1980s, prosecutors instructed grand jurors with beyond a reasonable doubt standard based on the statutory language. The Supreme Court adopted the rule to stop them from doing that.
This is so frightening.
so they're trying to say that they did something, that they didn't do anything wrong by denying 6 people, basically.
They barely have anything. Look how yeah, right. Exactly. I get you. I got you.
This is going to be a very embarrassing trial, I think.
Well, that's why I said I don't know why they just didn't, you know, take their time and, you know, really, you know, comb back over the people that they already cleared. I'm sure they. Oh man, like I said, because I don't care about. Regardless, I care about these families right now. How they're if they're there watching, you know, that I'm sure they're there and hearing this, and just the smallest doubt in your mind that like you think that they have the person and they could possibly get off. I just can't imagine that feeling, and it's so disgusting that could have been prevented possibly if he didn't do it.
Yeah.
You know, and that should anger people.
I just think all these Bryan Kohberger guilty before proven innocent gang, you know, he might be guilty. Okay. I don't personally believe he is, but they're not looking at all of this stuff. They're just assuming
He deserves a fair trial.
They're just assuming that the PCA is 100%. They're just believing everything they're fed.
Well, that's the thing. So the other three DNAs, right? That they say were, I guess, male, but they didn't get a match. And then the person that was called over to the house before authorities got there have as much on them as Bryan Kohberger does.
Here we go. Logston argues that the indictment can be converted to a presentment and state still gets what it wants, but the defense gets their preliminary hearing, and that's what we want.
Yes.
We want the hearing. That's all we want is a preliminary hearing so that he has the opportunity to bring what they have out and say, here it is. That's all we want, really. I would be more than happy with that.
I think that's what the grand jury wanted.
This is
somebody said JLR is laughing.
He probably is. Obviously,
why?
If
Just because it's a shit show.
So far, if it's going in the direction of the prosecution, he's gonna laugh because that's what he does. You know, he thinks that he's right no matter what. Don't be saying that out loud. Don't dive. You'll get in trouble. You can talk about it in private though.
6 jurors that were unimpressed with the state's case says a lot. Yeah, right. Imagine when somebody can actually argue their. Oh man, that is
insane. I'm working on it, Diego or Butter. I'm working on it. I don't sleep very well. I know I need more sleep. My dark circles. I've always had those my whole life, though.
I'm shocked. I know.
It
Like,
is a lot. I agree, Jules. That's a lot of people to be told no to. Like, we don't know exactly how many were there, but that's still a lot of people. Why is it not like loading like it's supposed to? Oh, okay. Prosecution is now arguing why the Kohberger grand jury indictment should not be thrown out. There is nothing to see here. The Idaho Supreme Court has ruled on this issue. Bullshit.
Nothing to see here. Well, they've summed it up.
That's why I
They
said
have-
FBA's a
That's their
clown.
opinion, right? They're saying there's nothing to see here.
Yeah, because they've got nothing for us to see.
Yep. Just like he said, oh, we don't have it.
And they're using the Supreme Court saying that they've ruled on this issue. Obviously, it doesn't pertain to every single case.
Oh my God.
The state argues ID Supreme Court ruled on this issue multiple times. Court said that the purpose of grand jury is to determine if there is probable cause to bind a defendant over. This court is bound by those. I mean, come on, like all that he deserves at least to have his preliminary hearing so that he can bring forth what they have to give him a fair shake, you know?
Yeah, and you know what the best part about this is? We're going to get to see live these people actually say this. That
I know.
Statement right there that you just read.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta grab my coffee. Keep going. Mama Bear, if you can keep the Twitter thing rolling while I grab this, and if I miss something, I'll be right back, please.
Like I said, I might just.
That's what I'm saying, Salty. Bring on the preliminary hearing. Even people that think that Bryan's guilty.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's you, Salty. I'm just saying even people that think that Bryan's guilty wanted to see this preliminary hearing. Okay.
Well, the only reason that they went to the grand jury is because they said the word Bethany.
Exactly. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
So what does Bethany know?
Grand jury saw a white or silver car looping, was on Walenta at 4:20. That is state's case. I think all they've got is the sheath, and they're prepared to throw that out.
If they're going to shoot a dude over this, and that's all they got, then we have an issue with our judicial system.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's why, everybody was saying, oh, the car's going to be a rolling petri dish. I mean, that was Nancy Grace's exact words, and came back with nothing. And then all the excuses on why there's no DNA. There's reasons why.
Yeah.
There's reasons why things aren't adding up. And now we're seeing that 6 other people agreed. And we're like, yo, show us this. And they were like, no. All we got to do is show you reasonable doubt. So make a decision.
The thing is, they've got a car, but they've got other cars in the area. They've got other phones pinging. All they've got, in my opinion, is this knife sheath, and they've lost the chain of custody for it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. You could take 4 or 5 other people and make them a suspect right now with the same kind of evidence.
Yeah, exactly.
And like you said, you could ping, I'm sure, hundreds of kids in that area around that time partying and stuff that could have snuck over there and done. So that's why I said, I don't know why the prosecution's even fighting to, instead of just, I would rather them just admit wrong and them say, okay, we're going to find the right guy. But they're past that point of admitting they're wrong. So now we have to see this. And like I said, I just feel for because of how we feel right now, it's times a million for the families right now that are hearing this and they're like, wait, 6 people didn't believe that this guy took my daughter's life, took my son's life.
Oh. Well, Steve Gonzalez, I don't think is convinced anyway. I think Christie is. But going back to that night and phone pings and cars, there'll be tons of them. But also those same cars and phone pings will have been in the area 12 times before. That it's if you take that as evidence, you've got to look at every student, everyone in Sigma Chi with cars and phones who have been in the area from August to November.
Yeah.
They'd have a list as long as their arm of people who had phone pings and cars.
This happened, but this crime happened when? It happened. What was the exact day? Was it the
November 13th?
November 13th, and by December, whenever it was, they had their guy. Now, usually you would have so much evidence that you're waiting to get back, so many people to interview about Bryan Kohberger, so much stuff to gather to prepare, just period, that they had his DNA back, bang, they had this back, bang, that's back, bang, and then they had an arrest, where it was kind of like, whoa, that happened a little too fast, and they screwed up a lot. I mean, like I said, they contradicted their timeline, and they said that he was in the area the day after. His phone was pinging in the area the day after, but he wasn't in the area. But the night prior, or the morning, whatever, earlier that morning, his phone was pinging in the area, but he was in the area. How do you tell a jury of unbiased sound mind that?
Well, this is it. They debunked all of their phone pings with that statement.
Exactly. So who can argue with me about these damn? I didn't do it. They said he went back to the scene, and everybody talked about it for how many months? Did he go back to get the sheath? Did he go back to feel the sensation? He never went back. And everybody just said, oh, okay, they were wrong. They lied to us. Let's move on. No. I look at all that stuff. I look at how they knew the correct license plate number, and they gave the public the. So now you're wasting my time looking for the wrong plate. For what reason?
Yeah. And people say, why didn't he come forward with his car? He knew he was driving around. Well, guess what? They asked, yeah, exactly. It's the wrong model. I don't know. I said it before, it's embarrassing, I think, for the prosecution.
And then, like I said before, they said the murders happened between 4 and 4:25, yet he's on camera on Molenta at 4:20. So right there's another little wrench. They threw their own wrenches in their own PCA, and that's why Ann said that they're going to use the PCA against them.
Yeah, Jules is right. It was the 14th that it was a false ping. So but Jules, I guess they say he came back, was it 9 to 9:30 on the 13th? But on the 14th, his phone pinged in the area, but they don't believe he was there. So what ping is correct?
Exactly.
It's just a mess.
Brian,
hey guys, I'm going to jump off. I'm going to have to go to bed soon. So I'm going to.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
I'm going to jump off and stay.
Great conversation. Hope you have a good night.
Yeah, you guys, thank you for having me up.
Always. Thank you for joining us today, Nelly. We love you.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
All right. Have a great night, hon. Okay, so again, prosecution is now arguing why Kohberger's grand jury oh wait, that's old. Sorry, hold on a minute.
Can you bring what you're looking up on the screen?
It's on my phone. I can show it to you.
Okay. I didn't know if you had it up on the.
I don't. I haven't been able to get the. Something's going on with my Twitter thing. I can't get it in my computer because I got a password issue and some weird shit. So.
Did somebody say Brian's crying?
Yeah, that's what I thought I saw. Is that true?
Shit. You just heard 6 people wanted might have thought.
Basically, that tells them that they're railroading him. So I'd be crying too. In my opinion. They said on the same day, 11/13. It shows he went back 9:30. Yeah, okay. Right. Got you. Now, let's see. What's the newest?
I feel a disgust in my stomach right now.
JLR is going to say that anyway. I don't personally.
Yeah, I don't give a shit whatever JLR is saying. Everybody has their own opinion. This is so sad for.
That's fine, Mama Bear. If you want to do that, that's fine. He's not constrained by law. The judge needs to be to effing grow some. Okay, and stand up for what the hell he's awful. It's a good point, Luna.
Yeah. Man,
people, see, that's the thing right there. If we're watching this go on in real time, folks, and the people see this happening, they're not going to stand and go, okay, it is what it is. Let it be what it is and move forward. That's just not the way it is.
But we're going to see it
be that way either.
Which I'm very shocked that we are going to see, to be honest with you, my man.
Where we are seeing it in real time, bro.
Wait, what? Wait, it's happening?
I'm confused. I mean, this is what's going on right now. That's what's being said. We just
No,
heard that six
no.
jurors-
But
What I mean is we just saw and heard that 6 jurors asked for more evidence and they were told no.
yeah, no. I completely agree. I'm saying that I'm shocked that the judge is allowing this to be aired because this is gonna
You're right. You're
cause
you're
more
right.
public doubt. You know.
It's gonna cause a uprising. That's a fact. And of
So,
course,
good
all
for
of
him.
these people that have Bryan guilty are just gonna say, "See, I told you so." That means nothing to me. Phantasmic. Slow down, guys. Okay, hold on. He argues the court can decide how much evidence the state has to present to lock people up. Courts can tell the Idaho Supreme Court that laws are unconstitutional. It doesn't mean anything's going to happen, though. Good point. Good old Jay. I just think it's so shocking how little they value a student's life in this state. And I didn't mean that directed towards you, Salty, by the way. I meant as in like the people that don't want to hear anything else, you know. Thank you, Mama Bear. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, well, I want to see all the people that are one sided explain that the 6 jury member thing. So there's no explaining that.
You really can't, you know.
You can get around everything else, but that'll tell you right there that 6 people without an opposite opinion, without a defense. This is without opposition.
Right. That's a good point, Sherry.
Unless I'm
Argued
wrong.
does not mean proven. No, you're right. You're right. Logston and Ann Taylor are brilliant at telling things under gag order. That's true too, opinionated. Oh, this is so stressful, I swear to God. Really is.
I just can't wait to see it.
I amen to that one, Kara. Amen. I mean, again, guys, this goes back. It has nothing to do with whether Bryan's innocent or guilty. It's about how he's innocent or guilty and how this has been handled. Perfect example. Court says, I appreciate the argument. I think it's very creative. I appreciate the journey back through history. Jurisprudence is against it, as well as at least one founding father of the state. Jesus.
The hell?
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you know what? Somebody sent me that too, Salty, that this morning's Delphi documents are stressful. If we have time, I'd like to look at those because I haven't seen them and I just heard that they're very interesting. I mean, it's about it's unconstitutional, folks. Every bit of this is unconstitutional. He's in a sense, I hate to say this like this, but that statement alone, the fact that 6 jurors were told, no, you don't get to see anything else, that's unconstitutional as hell.
And they're trying to argue how it is constitutional. That's sick.
But it's not. We know that. Yeah, everybody's saying that it's been denied.
Wow.
Shit. The judge denies defense motion to throw out grand jury indictments. So now what? This is insane. Yeah, big win. Whatever. Just
not even a preliminary.
Under the thumb. That's insane. I'm sorry. Not the right way to do it, guys. If he's guilty, but do it the right way. That's all I'm saying. Unbelievable. Yeah, right. The only other option we have is the trial, folks. That's it.
That's disgusting.
That's all we have is the trial. That's it.
I used to sit in jail for 2 years.
God bless America. So he took 3, 2, 1, 6, 5, 4, 1, 2, 3, 2 roll out cameras, but instantly ruled on this. Yeah, right. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. That's a fact. See, and I don't think he heard enough of it. It's almost like he just didn't. He heard what they said blindly and just went forward with what he was going to do anyway. That's my opinion. I'm just. It's an opinion, folks. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying. I think he blindly heard this and just ruled. I think he already had his mind made up. That's my opinion.
Shit, man.
Very disappointed. I hate to agree with that, Kara, because I'm not typically in that sense, but the judge says I'm constrained, so this issue would have been decided by the Idaho Supreme Court. It cuts against several rules and cases. Recuse yourself, change the venue, and then do this. That's what I think needs done. Okay, I got 2 videos to do before dinner time, and I need to take a walk and clear my... Yeah, all right, Jules, thank you for being here. Yeah, I need to do something too, because that's insane. I don't believe this.
Damn, I can't imagine how his mom feels right now. Dude, I cannot imagine. I wish I could reach out to her, man.
I bet.
Like,
this is nauseating. It's nauseating. I mean, I kind of expected to, War Eagle. I didn't think it was going to be dismissed. I didn't. But to hear what we heard about those 6 jurors, and then to go ahead and hold it the way it is, like, that's something's wrong. Something's way wrong.
You know, they want to bring up, they want to make fun of Ann Taylor bringing up from stuff back in whenever. Now they're bringing up stuff from, our founding, whatever, man.
Yeah, right. Well, exactly. They've made fun of the history lesson that the defense pulled out. Here we go. And I wholeheartedly agree with you, LR. Exactly what I think it is. Something is not right in there at all.
You know what's crazy though? Like, people are gonna, see this and still not do nothing, but yet there's crowds and crowds of people in.
I'm gonna explain this to my wife real quick, guys. I'm still here. Just hang on.
In Massachusetts, going crazy, and nobody even knows nothing yet, and we just found out that this is crazy. What's this say? Well,
We have the trial is the only thing that's left now, and if he doesn't make it through the trial, he's done. Yes.
that's what
So
I
anyway,
say. We just saw complete corruption.
This is insane.
I don't know.
I'd like to hear from those 6 jurors. It makes me wonder. Well, we heard a while back where certain jurors had spoken to Steve Gonsalves and maybe they said, we didn't see enough to make us think that this is what it was, and here we are. Makes me wonder. This is insanity.
Well, the fact that he showed emotion and shit like that, and if it was publicly stated that 6 people had a problem with it, and it's about to come out, then there might be some.
Where did the crying thing came from? Because I haven't seen anything on Twitter about that at all.
I don't know. Some people were just saying I can't see them. Some people were saying it. I just don't know why he would cry now. All of a sudden.
Court is adjourned. Grand jury indictment stands. In the decision we did not expect today, judge said cameras will stay in the courtroom, although he will take more control of them. He should have done it before. So explain to me then why it's okay for prosecutorial misconduct to happen, why it's okay to Jesus, what was I gonna say? Why it's okay for I just completely lost my train of thought. I'm so frustrated right now.
What the?
That's probably you're probably right, Sherry. That's kind of where I was going. If 6 jurors wanted more evidence to indict, when the trial comes, there's going to be a full jury, and it almost makes me feel as if the jury's going to end up hung too. This won't. Yeah, I don't think this will be on. We won't have this trial probably till next summer at the very.
Shit, I can't wait to hear Steve G's opinion.
I don't know if he's going to have anything, an opinion on this. I don't. If he does, I don't think he'll share it.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. I'm curious because tomorrow night I'm joining Jules and Crime Sleuthin on her channel to talk with Kara Kernoodle or Kara Northington, is Anna's mom. I'm curious to see what she thinks of this. Really am. I'd love to hear what any of the family members think of this because you would
I'm
have
gonna go back. I'm gonna go back and talk to a couple of his, actual friends and see how they're feeling.
Mm-hmm.
This is
if that wouldn't have happened,
it's a sad day for everybody because it just shows that. Wow.
Yeah, well, I want to see how this went down too. That's the other thing. Let me see how long we got to wait for Court TV. Like I said, guys, I just don't like the way it's being handled.
I will say though, at least he's getting somewhat of a shot rather than what's his name over there in Delphi.
Oh my God! Yeah, you're right about that one. I feel so bad for that guy.
You know,
he's just they're not. That's crazy.
At least he's coming in a suit and I guess I'm assuming healthy looking rather than a completely different person in 10 months, 11 months, whatever it's been.
Looking like The Walking Dead.
Yeah, I mean, he ain't gonna make it. We all know that, and it's gonna be swept. But there's only so much. I don't know, but there's already so much. I think there'd be more after all this comes out. There'd be more like let's see more uprising, whatever. But with everything going on in the world right now, I don't think that overtakes, all the shit that's going on right now.
Right.
With the mass shooting, with the wars, all that. So, by the way, somebody did mention, as you were updating this case, that they heard explosions near their house and they thought that they were taking the guy down. Is there any update on
where?
It was in chat. Somebody wrote that they heard explosions near the house. They thought that they were taking the guy down from
Maine.
Yeah.
I mean, where are they at? Is what I was saying. The people that are saying that.
I don't know. There was somebody that they lived by there.
See anything new on that either? Let me check just real quick.
Okay. Yeah, because somebody had mentioned it. I didn't know if Jules said it. Julie said it.
Don't see anything new other than the talk of the manhunt from this morning. Even live. Oh, wait a minute. What's this? Hold on. There's nothing new. Not yet. Oh, wait a minute. There's a heavy police presence in a wooded area as of an hour ago. Here, I'll tell you guys real quick. Since we don't have nothing else to look at, and then we'll go back to that here. Hi, Mama Bear. Thank you for still being here.
Chief of the Violent Criminal
Hi.
Oregon. Michael, thanks for staying with us. Oh, thanks for having me back.
So, Michael, let's talk a little bit more about that. We're looking at this live picture. This is about 20 miles away from where this happened. If you could describe for us what you're seeing in this area, whether it's a shift change, whether it is a staging area of some kind, and also address what Alex Capriello was just talking about, the people in Maine being told terrifyingly to stay at home, to lock their windows and doors. The man who owns this property has no idea what this is going on his property right now, but it is so important, and it makes sense potentially. I would like you to tell us in a situation like this for law enforcement to
I need
not
one of those too,
release
Rock
even
Chalk.
small details as they're conducting.
Yeah,
the
it's over,
search.
bombshell.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what I'm seeing there in front of me is looks like a staging area. Whenever you have these type of large crisis events, you're going to have a command post somewhere where
They must
decision
have done.
makers,
They must have got him.
communications all come together. This could be a secondary location where closer to the scene where the shifts come in and out. Because one thing you have to realize is as these drag on, the SWAT officers, tactical officers, and regular officers are out there. They need to be relieved and get their rest, eat, sleep, because this could go on for an extended period of time. So there's a process in that where they switch off teams after maybe 8,
What he's
10,
saying
12
that he's
hours. They have
confirmed
a
dead. Let me
process
check
for
and
that.
see if I got.
Now, to address your other comment about communications, crisis communications in law enforcement is a specialized area, and one in which it's critical to put out as much information as you can to allay the public's fears as much as possible, but also to prepare the public, to keep them safe, to keep them sheltered. You got to have that communication. It's a fine line between putting out too much that could alert who you're searching for, put out law enforcement sensitive information, and what is beneficial to the public to know up to that moment.
You know, Card, we know, is armed and dangerous. And in terms of his background, he has firearms training, he has a military background. What tactics will law enforcement be using in his capture that are perhaps unusual that we don't see in a typical manhunt for an individual who doesn't have this sort of extraordinary background?
Well, it's a factor that goes into the tactical team's mindset, who they're after. The bigger issue is the fact that he
They
has
got him
just killed so
surrounded.
many people. He is armed and he's dangerous. So it may not change their tactics that
Somebody's
much,
saying that he's already
actually,
confirmed
in
deceased,
going
though.
after him, but they're going to have a heightened level of awareness.
Oh yeah,
They
there's
just
no way he's coming back alive.
dangerous.
I knew that last night. Hold on.
And to the tactical officers.
Let me
Now,
see
being a
if I
firearm instructor,
live.
doing various things. You know, I was a firearm instructor for years with the FBI, and you know, there's firearm instructors that know the finer point of instructing how to use firearms.
Hold on, guys. I'm going to try to pull up the. Wow, what a fuck up day. Excuse my language, guys. I think I would have been okay if I hadn't heard that about the 6 jurors. But that really just.
I'm glad it came out.
I mean, yeah, at least we know, you know, the truth. But that just makes it worse in a sense. Here we are. This is live right now.
This individual, the U.S. Army reservist.
Yeah, I think he's.
Just the scope.
Do they have him like on infrared or something?
I think they had him and he's done.
As they search for this individual still at large after shootings at multiple locations, including a bowling alley where
I just got 3 updates on my
young
phone.
individuals were taking place. Of course,
what?
And 13 more injured.
I just
you
got.
see different law enforcement.
I got
on
3
the ground there. Of
updates on my phone.
live picture right here as well from.
Yeah, I figured he wasn't coming back alive.
Let's give you an update from New York City officials as this down the road, obviously not necessarily close in proximity, but the Northeast continues to react to everything that's going on. Let's listen into what they have to say from the New York police.
Our hearts go out absolutely to everyone who was affected by the incident in Maine last night. And we will give you a brief update on what we as NYPD have been doing in coordination with our partners. But just to underline, this is not an NYPD investigation. It's an investigation that's being led by federal, state, and local partners up in Maine, with whom we've been in continuous and extensive contact since the incident occurred, starting just before 7 p.m. yesterday evening. An individual, a person of interest who's been identified as Robert Card, allegedly entered 2 locations, a restaurant, bar, and a bowling alley, and opened fire on all of the innocent people who were inside the location. And like we've seen way too many times, the results were devastating. Our thoughts and prayers remain with the folks of Lewiston. The individual persons of interest photo was made available yesterday evening. He is currently not in police custody. The hunt is ongoing and very dynamic. We are quite confident at this point that this horrific crime has no nexus to New York City. We can't speculate, obviously, as to any motivation, but we don't see any indications at this moment, again, from our perspective here in New York, of any political or ideological leaning.
I think
But what we can see
I
is
think
through
he's the
extensive information sharing with other agencies, NYPD has worked through the knife to make sure that New York City remains safe. And immediately after he was first identified
Hope
by
he suffered.
authorities in Maine, his photograph and all of the identifying information that we had was distributed widely to officers across the city. We've also adjusted our resource deployments, and Chief Shell can speak to these as well, to provide additional touch points, security and observation points at places of entry into the city since yesterday evening. And as is our standard operating practice, whenever an incident like this happens, whether it's overseas or here across the country, we coordinate extensively with local law enforcement, with federal law enforcement on the ground to make sure of 2 things. 1, that we have
Understand,
more
Noni?
up-to-date
Absolutely.
information, and 2, that we can support the ongoing investigation if and however we can as needed. So we ask the proverbial New York question: does this have any impact to New York? And do we have anything in our holdings that could enhance or support the investigation? We do this via an information sharing network called Operation Sentry that's been established for over a decade, that includes several hundred law enforcement agencies across the country. And we're extremely grateful to federal, state, and local law enforcement partners via Operation Sentry in Maine and the broader Northeast, who have been in real time as they've been dealing with this investigation and manhunt, sharing critical information with us to make sure that we can protect New York City. And I do want to reiterate, we don't see any nexus to New York City with this incident, tragic as it was. But we've been saying this a lot over the last couple of weeks, and we always do. We urge all New Yorkers to continue to go about your business, but to remain alert to your surroundings. And we've been—
All right, you're just listening in there to police in New York City to be alert. Obviously, that is not necessarily close in proximity, but certainly the Northeast, a very populated area, and certainly in the Big Apple, concerned about that. A live picture out of the manhunt as well. I'm Andy Mack. Let's slide away for another quick 2-minute break.
Yeah, there was a couple of sketchy cop cars today. Like kind of like they had their lights on in the middle of a busy intersection, about 100 yards away from each other. It was kind of odd. Never seen it before. So I think they were on on high alert here too, because you could have drove somewhere.
Yeah, it's not that far if you spread it up, drive. Let me see real quick here just to make sure. I'm trying to find all of the live footage.
The sister-in-law told Daily Beast, where is it here? Yes. In an interview with the Daily Beast, his sister-in-law said he had recently began wearing powerful hearing aids to combat hearing loss. Since then, she said her brother-in-law has been insisting to family that he could hear people bashing him, including people at the 2 locations where the shootings happened. Just-in-time recreation bowling alley and Bar and Grill, where he's accused of gunning down 18 people. He truly believed he was hearing people say things, she said. This all just happened within the last few months.
This is sad. This is all related to mental health.
So
and
right now we're trying to get more information about what's going on.
Who the hell gave him a gun?
Surrounded this area.
He shouldn't have had to go through this by himself. I know, Brian. That's what I'm seeing. I'm getting updates on my phone saying that he's deceased as well.
Why isn't this guy reporting it?
I don't know. Major police activity outside suspect's last known home.
Oh, he went home, you think?
I don't think he did, but hold on, Molly. Let me check real quick. I don't know. Like, that doesn't make sense.
This is crazy.
That'd be the last place you should go, and I would think with his background and his, that'd be dumb to do that unless he just gave up. Thank you, Molly, and oh, okay, interesting. Thank you, Molly. Here's this, just to catch you guys up. For those that just may have tuned in, the dismissal was denied by Judge in Idaho.
They're trying to put together a timeline. At this point, would it be helpful to also figure out a motive?
What they're going to try to piece together, I think, any information that might lead them to understand why this happened, and pursue that, and it might give them some sense of where he might be headed next.
And Rich, as we learn more and more about the suspect's mental health here, how does that impact the manhunt here? I thought it was interesting that the FBI made behavioral scientists available to investigators at this point.
Yeah, you want to know what his mental state is, because that may indicate whether he's gone. Listen, he may have gone and committed suicide, and where could he be, or has he gone to ground, so to speak, or is he still of a mind to actually hurt people and go do something else because we believe that he's got other guns.
But congrats, whoever got that
membership. Kind of figure out his mental state and his motive, to use that to help track where they think he might be going. Last night we talked about how, you were always ready for that secondary attack, from active shooters and terrorists. Well, there still could be that secondary attack.
Good point, Lily.
So that's why you need to know what his mental state is and his motives.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much, Jack and Rich. We appreciate you joining us here. All right, coming up for us, more on the deadly mass shooting in Maine. As that manhunt intensifies, we'll speak to our medical contributor, Dr. Alok Patel, about the victims and the challenges the hospitals and their staffers are facing, especially in a mass casualty event like this one. We'll have more coming up. Our coverage here continues just ahead.
Yeah, this morning,
you, me, and all these people standing here, we all got a fear for our lives today.
Right.
It's not the way I grew up.
Daisy. 900 block of Meadow Road in Bowden, Maine, 40 minutes ago.
Don't mind me. I'm just the flu. I'm quite harmless, really. And when people ask, but aren't you linked to dangerous flu complications like pneumonia?
Weird talking wolf. I don't want that.
You're saying he's dead then if they just...
Yeah, this is what I hate about this, is we can't ever get the real thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Check the link in the back chat, Dago.
I just got it, hon. Just got it. Thank you. You're awesome. Hold on. Let's see what this is here. I don't want to do that. Let me share this over here. I have such a great team. You guys are amazing. Molly, all of you guys. Everybody. You guys rock and roll. I love it.
Man, that Facebook Bryan Kohberger crew is going to go wild today.
Oh, my God. I can only imagine how all of the, the people that are all 100% guilt, no matter what, are going to act.
How do you explain that? Yeah, how do you...
And when you say now, what about the 6 jurors that were not given the opportunity to get more?
People are going to say, oh, well, that's the law. All they had to do is present a reasonable doubt.
That's it right there. Okay.
But in reality,
Yeah, right.
We also had one patient that was taken to St. Mary's Hospital.
Saying this is live.
Who are current critical condition. We're not going to comment at this
And they're
time
saying that he's still at large.
or the ages of those patients, nor are we going to comment on the nature of those injuries.
Lewiston, Maine.
And that was from like 27 minutes ago. So
right, 517. Authorities searched forest waterways in small towns Thursday for an Army vet. Good 18 people. See how numbers have changed dramatically? Said that he killed 22 last night and wounded 50 to 60. I mean, hell.
Once again, I want to extend our thoughts and prayers to the families, to their loved ones.
And what this also does is it also shows, because in my opinion, this is a guy who, I don't know what he went through in war, or what snapped in him, but this also shows, like, the people who come in this country with ill will of, like, how capable we are of how fast we can find somebody and how, like, our response time and stuff,
Yeah.
And it seems like you figure they would have somebody pretty damn quick with 20-some people.
This guy obviously needed help and deserved it. The government should have given that to him, given him the resources that he needed. And this is what happened because he didn't receive that help. Now, again, it was spoken upon about, hold on, guys.
And an expert emergency department staff. As I mentioned, when the first patient arrived at 7:24, we had approximately 25 team members, physicians, nurses, respiratory therapists who are already available to take care of that patient. By the time the 14th patient came in, approximately 45 minutes later, that number had ballooned to about 50 or 60 care providers. They've gone through extensive training to be prepared for those injuries, and we're very thankful.
All right, my grandson hug me real quick.
Take care of patients.
What is this? Another one? Some victims identified as massive manhunt resumes in Lewiston, Mass. Shooting.
Patients were brought in either by ambulance or by first responders.
This is another one. Okay. This is as of 5:18. Same time, really.
Okay, so there's nothing like them live having him at standoff or anything.
Say that again, buddy.
I said, so there's nothing live, them having him at standoff or anything like that.
That's what I think she's looking for. I was looking for. I think they may possibly there. I don't have anything like for sure stating that he's deceased.
I can't find anything at all.
I don't see it.
I've even looked through the local news.
Yeah, I don't see anything at all. The only thing I can see is what you're showing me right now is the same stuff I'm coming up with.
Yeah.
Where the hell did we go, guys? What the hell just happened? I can't find you guys now.
Oh, man.
Huh?
I got too many things up. Sorry, hold on a minute. What the hell did I do? The stream, it's I see part of it. What the hell? This is stupid. 1 second, folks. I dropped something I shouldn't have. Oh my God. Where are you guys? Hold on. That's mail. Why is everything all screwed up now? One moment, please.
6 jurors.
That still bugs me.
You?
No, I know. Why is that over here now? Wait, is there we are. Okay, I found you. Sorry about that. Yeah, too many tabs.
I tell you what, they're lucky I have a kid, man, because if I didn't have my daughter, and I would right now take on the voice of being, or whatever you want to call it, for Bryan, because nobody else could speak for him after hearing 6 individuals had a problem with what they saw without having any opposition to what they saw. That's it.
Right, and at this point, yeah, this main thing is a complete cluster. I agree.
Sickening.
Here's the thing, guys, and that statement that Carly just made makes sense to me. At this point, after seeing what we just saw happen, okay, and knowing that the jurors for the grand jury asked for more evidence and were denied. I can almost agree with Carly as in the fact, is he going to get a fair trial? If it is it going to happen, or is it going to be like this again?
Well, and for first thing Ann Taylor needs to do is get it the hell out of there.
Well, that's what I just said. The judge needs to recuse himself. They need to change the venue to Boise or something like that. You know, somewhere big. And I try it from there. That's my opinion. It's not going to happen. Helicopter circling overhead after the police closed off the stretch in Bowden, where the family of Robert Card, who is being sought for administering Lewis owns to several. Okay, so maybe he's hiding there. Holmes, when I came in earlier, there was barely any visible law enforcement presence and knocked on one of the doors. Home no response. Got you. Well, guys, that's the deal for today. I'd still like to see this. That's what I was looking for over here, but this popped up. So hold on a minute. Let me go check something, guys.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna hop down so I can wait for this to come out and watch it and throw up. So
yeah, I'm gonna throw it up here as soon as it pops up. To watch. I mean, we already know the outcome, but still, I want to see. I want to see the. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel sick to my stomach, dude. To be honest with you, it's
I get it.
That's a little wild to hear.
Right there with you, bro. As soon as I heard that about 6 jurors, I was just like, "What?"
You know, like 1, okay, 2, pushing it, 3, we got an issue, but 6.
Yeah, that's.
And like I said, this is with no opposition. Dago, this is like me telling you a story, and you taking my word for it.
That's it.
And then it's 6 people having a problem. You know, like 6 people had a problem with it.
Yep.
Think of that. Just wait till Ann can fire back. It's going to be madness. And then they're going to have to find the real person that did this, because right now I don't think anybody can say they think he did it unless you just always think that somebody's guilty, but can't go by that right now.
What are you trying to say, Mom Bear?
Oof.
Ow, what was that?
What is that? Good God. Oh, I know what that was. Sorry, guys.
Is that your Android?
No.
You're right.
It's my wife's iPhone.
Whatever.
Come back. No, it was actually my headphone.
Better than an iPhone.
My earbud, whatever you call it. I had it too close to the microphone. 6, not 1, not 2, but 6. How many? I'd like to know how many grand jurors there were. That's going to make that, like, really make sense. Okay. Sorry about that, guys.
Are we able to look up, before I get off, are we able to look up how many grand, like, there are in Idaho?
I don't think we're allowed to know that. That's part of the whole.
Yeah, but is there a range? Is there a 6 to 12? Is there a 8 to 15? Is there a?
Jules said, I believe, up to 24 can be the max.
Hell.
And we don't know. I thought there was 12, but I'm probably wrong.
All right. According to Google, a grand jury, which normally consists of 16 to 23 members.
So 16.
Okay. And somebody else said 18 were in the. Somebody in chat said 18. So if we had 6 out of 18, you know, that's
a third.
That's a third of the jury. I mean, why can you say no? There's no. Now, here's the thing. Is it because there was nothing else, or is it because they didn't want to show anything else?
Yeah, but why would they want to show anything else if the defense already knows?
Right.
That's. I agree. I don't understand it.
You know what I mean?
Unless, like I said, unless they didn't have anything else.
Yeah, which I think that's the case right now, and now they have another 2 years to scratch shit together and try to pin it on this dude.
You know how many people?
Sorry. It says at least 12 jurors must concur in order to issue an indictment.
Well, they're good. Well, there's your
12 out of 18.
There's your 12, right?
Yeah, that's actually 12 out of. If there was 18 jurors, all but 6 of them were okay with that. Those are the 6 that said no. I need more.
without opposition. That is mind blowing in every facet of the world. You guys have a great day. Thanks for having me up, Dago.
Oh yeah, buddy. Always, always.
And yeah, talk to you guys later.
Absolutely, brother.
All
Take
right,
care.
see you guys. See you, chat.
By the way, welcome, Mama. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. I hope you didn't have a crappy day at work.
No, it was actually a pretty good day. Actually, it was a really good day.
Good to hear. Good to hear. You weren't by yourself, were you?
No, that's why it was a good day.
That's what I figured. That's what I figured.
It's somebody to talk to.
Recap. Okay. There's not much to recap. The first hearing happened this morning, started at 10 their time. It ran over into the second hearing a little bit. I would like to know what the outcome of that was, what they thought of the prosecutorial misconduct, blah, 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 so on and so forth. But I doubt we're going to get that because it was a completely closed hearing. But we were here waiting. Again, I haven't heard from A.R. Hayes. He's still there, said he was struggling with trying to find this and say it was pure chaos. So I don't know what's going on with him. But the second hearing happened and it was very quick. The defense made their argument as to why the indictment should have been thrown out. And they pulled some old school stuff out of the law books and said, this is what it is. This is what the Supreme Court says. Bing, bang, boom. There were 6 jurors. This times 2. 6 jurors that said they wanted more evidence. They were denied that evidence. The judge ruled and said that he is denying that motion, that it still stands, the indictment stands, and we're moving forward towards the trial now. It's insane. I don't get it.
There's another.
I just seen that. Thank you.
It's from Molly.
Oh, is this the new press conference?
I don't know. I just copied the link and sent it to you.
No, I got you. I guess that. Hold up. What did I just do? It looks like they're getting ready to have another press conference. 1 second. Thank you, Molly, dear. Always. Okay. Okay, so this is a new press conference. I'm guessing this is going to tell us yay or nay on whether or not he's still with us or not. Why do we always say that legality issues are frivolous when defense is only grasping at straws? I mean, it's a good question, I guess. It's hard to answer. I just don't understand with that until this starts. With that, I don't understand. The Supreme Court rule, it basically states that they don't have to give them any more evidence than what they did. Okay. And that's what the problem is. So with 18 jurors, 6 of them being completely not comfortable with the scenario, I'd like to know what the rest of the other 12 had to say. Were they like half and half? Were they completely over the road with it? You know, what was it? You know, it'd be interesting to know that. But to deny that kind of tells me, like, why did you deny that? Was it because, like I said, they didn't have to give any more than that? And if they didn't have to give any more than that, did they have more than that to give if they could have? Do you see what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know how to answer your question either, Sherry. I'm not sure there was 18 either. I'm just saying if there was. Okay, let's get this rolling here. Hold on. Can you hear this okay, guys? Make sure real quick.
Good. Andrew. Good evening. I'm Carl Schlien, Mayor of Lewiston. In the wake of the tragic and horrifying incident that occurred in Lewiston, our hearts are heavy with grief, and we extend our deepest sympathies to the victims and their families. This is a time for action, solidarity, and support. Please take note, the shelter-in-place order issued by the Lewiston Police Department remains in effect. Please stay at home and be safe. The City of Lewiston is grateful for the support and outpouring from state authorities, the community, and of course, our elected officials. Speaking tonight will be U.S. Senator Susan Collins, U.S. Representative Jared Golden, and Steve Littleson, President and CEO of Central Maine Medical Center. And now Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mayor. Today is a dark day for the state of Maine. As the mayor said, our hearts are heavy with grief. This heinous attack, which has robbed the lives of at least 18 Mainers and injured so many more, is the worst mass shooting that the state of Maine has ever experienced and could ever imagine. Today, I looked out my window in Washington and I saw that the flags had been lowered. And I realized that it had been done to honor the victims of this horrific attack. I'm grateful for the leadership of Lewiston Police Chief St. Pierre and for the bravery of the hundreds of state, local, and federal law enforcement officers who are leading the search for the killer. I'm also very grateful for all of the hospital employees who came back to work to take care of the victims, and for our first responders whose bravery was so evident. Last night, the president called me. He stepped out at the state dinner with the Australian Prime Minister to offer any help that the federal government could provide the city of Lewiston, Androscoggin County, and the state of Maine. I also, at midnight, talked to Governor Mills, who has been a pillar of strength for our state. Tom Perez, who is a special advisor to the president throughout the night, texted me back and forth, what do you need? And I would tell him based on conversations that I had as he coordinated the federal response. This morning, Secretary of Homeland Security, Mayork, has called and offered help from his department. The Attorney General also called, along with Maine's own U.S. Attorney, to offer their help. Right before I came into this building, I had a call from the Deputy Director of the FBI, who told me that there were 80 FBI agents on site participating in the search for the killer. 80. That doesn't include other people from the Marshal's Office, from the ATF, the DEA, and the Department of Homeland Security, and the Coast Guard. This has been a concerted effort at the state, local, and federal level, and everyone is determined to bring the killer to justice. To the families of those who have been injured or killed, I know that no words can fully ease the shock, the pain, and the justifiable anger that you are feeling. My hope is that you will feel the solace and strength in knowing that you are in the hearts of the people of Maine and of people throughout our nation. Thank you. I'd now like to introduce the Congressman Jared Golden, who represents this area of Maine.
Thank you, Senator.
I think she might need to
Mayor
retire.
Shalene as well. My name is Congressman Jared Golden from the town of Lewiston, represent Maine's 2nd Congressional District. Some of you might not recognize me because Congress has been so crazy lately. I haven't gotten a haircut in months. So sometimes.
Why do we
things
care about
happen
his haircut?
in American life. Yesterday, this is what happened in Lewiston. At a time like this, a leader is forced to grapple with things that are far greater than his or herself. Humility is called for as accountability is sought by the victims of a tragedy such as this one. Out of fear of this dangerous world that we live in and my determination to protect my own daughter and wife in our home and in our community, because of a false confidence that our community was above this and that we could be in full control, among many other misjudgments, I have opposed efforts to ban deadly weapons of war like the assault rifle used to carry out this crime. The time has now come for me to take responsibility for this failure, which is why I now call on the United States Congress to ban assault rifles like the one used by the sick perpetrator of this mass killing in my hometown of Lewiston, Maine. For the good of my community, I will work with any colleague to get this done in the time that I have left in Congress. To the people of Lewiston, my constituents throughout the 2nd District, to the families who lost loved ones, and to those who
have a great night, brother. Thank you for joining us.
And support as I seek to put an end to these shootings.
Welcome, Patricia.
In the days to come, I will give everything I have to support this community's recovery. Thank you.
And now I would like to introduce Steve Littleson, President and CEO of Central Maine Medical Center.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Steve Littleson, the CEO of Central Maine Healthcare, which includes Central Maine Medical Center here in Lewiston. On behalf of the 3,000 professionals and team members of Central Maine Healthcare, I too would like to extend our deepest condolences to the families of the victims of the events of last night. I would also like to acknowledge the compassion and the expertise and the teamwork displayed by the healthcare professionals in this community last night when called upon under the most extreme circumstances. Just to give you the numbers as we have them now, I know there's been some confusion, and I would like to take the opportunity to just let you know what we dealt with and what we have currently in our hospital. All but one of the patients that were taken from the scenes last night were brought to Central Maine Medical Center. One was transported directly to St. Mary's Medical Center here in Lewiston. Of those patients, 2 were treated and discharged. 1 of those patients was transferred from Central Maine Medical Center to Maine Medical Center in Portland. 3 patients, unfortunately, passed away in Central Maine Medical Center last night. Of those, 8 remain now, and we have 5 patients who are in stable condition. 3.
Real quick to give you guys the update via Twitter, says that they've received numerous inquiries to confirm reports multiple gunshots that have been fired at a home in Bowden. This is inaccurate reporting. No gunshots have been fired. As of 4 minutes ago, law enforcement is at a home in Bowden as part of the investigation into the Lewiston shootings and the search for Robert Card. When it's appropriate to do so, additional information will be released. So they're not saying whether or not they have him or don't have him. They're saying that the gunshot thing is not accurate. So that's hopefully what this is about here.
3 who are in critical condition in our critical care unit. Just to give you a sense of the scope of what we dealt with within a relatively short period of time, last night within about 45 minutes to an hour, we had 6 fully staffed and running operating rooms at Central Maine Medical Center caring for the wounded and the victims. The professionals that were operating simultaneously in those 6 operating rooms included orthopedic surgeons, general trauma surgeons, urologists, vascular surgeons, as well as anesthesiologists and support personnel. I would like to also express our appreciation for all of the support that we received and continue to receive even through today. First from the city of Lewiston, secondly from law enforcement. We still have a law enforcement presence on the campus at Central Maine Medical Center. The other area hospitals that came to our support, we needed blood transferred to Central Maine Medical Center very quickly, and 2 of the hospitals, Maine General and St. Mary's, accommodated us. Maine Med in Portland stood by and was ready to accept patients, and as you know, they did accept one of the patients that we transferred to them. And also the various community partners that came to aid and support us last night, including emergency response personnel, personnel from Life Flight of Maine, and others. As one of the counselors said to me before we walked in tonight, you know, often people underestimate our capabilities here to care for people locally. I think last night we proved that by working together, we can do just that under the most trying circumstances. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions.
Senator, you just heard from Representative Jared Coleman that he has changed his mind on an assault rifle ban. Would you do the same?
Well, first of all, let me say that I think it is more important that we ban very high capacity magazines. I think that would have more input and more effectiveness. We had an assault weapon ban, which I supported, that was in effect for 10 years. It applied to, I believe, 17 or 19 styles of weapons. Later, the late Senator Dianne Feinstein proposed an expansion that would have covered 157 weapons. And it was based not on functionality, but on cosmetic features. So there's always more that we can do. I was a co-author of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which provided funding, for example, for red and yellow flag laws and for mental health clinics, which I think is important as well. So certainly there's always more that can be done.
Senator, a decade ago, though, you opposed legislation that limited access to expanded, stocks and firearms capacity. Are you suggesting that you would do something different now?
I don't believe you're correct. For example, I was the lead Republican sponsor of a bill that would ban bump stocks, which have the ability to turn a semi-automatic into a fully automatic machine gun. And that legislation has not been enacted into law. There was an attempt to do it by regulation, but it was struck down by the courts. I still support the bump stock legislation. The other thing that I think we can look at is, and I advocated, was to increase the age at which you could purchase a high capacity rifle from 18 to 21, the way it is for a handgun.
Senator Collins, you mentioned there are a lot of questions about the whereabouts of Robert Card. You mentioned a number of agencies searching for him. Can you offer any more details regarding the whereabouts of Card or how close we're getting to finding him?
I cannot, because I don't want to jeopardize the search for him in any way. I have talked extensively to law enforcement. And as I said, just very recently with the FBI deputy director. But I certainly don't want to jeopardize the search in any way.
Senator Collins. We get a five laws used in this case. You are a big advocate of them. Do you know if they were used in this case?
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Yellow flag laws used in this case.
To my, I don't know. Flag.
If it's true, as we are hearing, that Robert Card had mental health issues and he was wrong.
No, I don't know whether there was a report to trigger the yellow flag law. It's certainly on the face of the facts that we have. It seems. Could you let me finish, please? It certainly seems that on the basis of the facts that we have, that the yellow flag law should have been triggered if, in fact, the suspect was hospitalized for 2 weeks for mental illness. That should have triggered the yellow flag law, and he should have been separated from his weapons. I'm sure after the fact that's going to be looked at very closely. Obviously, that's a.
We've been screaming this for months on months on months. What Don't Dive just said. And again, I got to get together with Draw and get this. Like I said, that show was supposed to happen a month ago, basically, and all that stuff happened, so I didn't get a chance to actually do it. But we're going to do it and talk about it and put some resources out there, because that's the problem, is the resources need to be out there for people to get to when they need it. You know what I'm saying? So it's, oh, hey there.
I didn't mean to do that.
That's okay. So that's a huge point, folks. A huge point.
Coda, can you email it?
You can email it to me. That's sorry about that. Yeah, you can email that, Dakota. That's fine.
State is.
What happened here? Where did that go? There it is.
Issue, and I do not have knowledge of what happened in that instance.
Senator Collins, Mark Stone.
Nothing.
Thank you for your time. I wonder if I could just ask you
something
about the weapons again. Why do you think it is
You
that you and so many other lawmakers in America believe it is right for Americans to have the right to own such?
Okay, so the point is that this man is still.
First of all, let me say, and I'll repeat it again, that for 10 years and last night, we almost approached the number for the entire year.
Is anyone
Thank
here
you so much.
Is anyone here briefed on the investigation to tell us?
We cannot talk about the investigation yet, but thank you so much, and I appreciate your patience with us in this conference. Thank you all. Thank you.
Okay, so like I said, that was it.
Thanks for nothing. Have a good night.
Nobody knows where he's at. He's still on the run. He's not deceased, obviously. Plain cheese. What are we talking about? Pizza.
I don't know. I just looked up.
I mean,
and he's like, "What do you like on your pizza?" I'm like, "What?"
I like everything usually, but
yep. There's a sausage and
no,
mushroom.
guys. What a day. Kind of a letdown day, because I really thought. Stop it. I really thought
you hoped, you thought in the back of your mind, in your subconscious, that it was going to turn out this way, but you hoped.
Well, I mean, I think I hoped that there would be some form of justice with this. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I guess I hoped that it would bring forth the um whatever the issues were with the prosecutorial misconduct. You know, I really kind of wanted to know what the hell the deal was with that, but it's obvious that we don't deserve to know that. So let me see something here. And there's nothing being put out on anything at this point. Interesting. Milo quit. Thank you, Dakota. ICR 62 transcript of grand jury proceedings. The district judge or the presiding juror must designate someone to report or electronically record all the proceedings of the grand jury except its deliberations. That person must be sworn to correctly report all the proceedings and to divulge any of the information to the person except on order of the district judge, sorry. On taking the oath, the person must be permitted to attend all sessions except deliberations of the grand jury. On the conclusion of each matter presented to the grand jury, the court clerk must seal the record of the grand jury proceedings, and the record must not be examined by any person or transcribed except on order of the district judge. Availability of record of grand jury proceedings. District judge by motion must permit the following persons to listen to the record of the proceedings of the grand jury to obtain transcript of the proceedings, which would be the prosecuting attorney, a person charged in the indictment, or the attorney for the person charged, the person charged with a person charged with perjury because of the person's testimony before the grand jury. And the district judge may place conditions on the use, decimation, or publication of the record of proceedings of the grand jury, and any violation of any condition by the party granted access to the record will constitute contempt of the order of the district judge. That's interesting. Very interesting. No deliberations. Quite interesting. Thank you, Dakota. I appreciate that. Well, there it is, folks. Idaho Criminal Rule 6.2 transcript of grand jury proceedings. Okay. Very interesting. Did you just put that up there, Bear, about the
Yes.
email thing? Oh,
As while you was reading.
1 second here. Live updates. Investigators find noted suspect's home. Interesting. I'd like to know what that says. Where's the rest of it? Why did it not only give me that? Okay. Investigators find a note at the home of the mass shooter, Robert Card. Law enforcement sources familiar with the case told ABC that the sources declined to describe the contents of the note. Of course they did. Its length or relevance to the investigation. Well, Of course. As of now, we don't know. There is a link in that email. That's what I just clicked on here, honey. This one here. That's what brought all this up. But it still doesn't tell us. He does remain at large, though. Hmm. Wow. Ooh. Whoa. Sorry, guys. Well, fellas, Jesus, folks. Sorry. I think that's gonna do it for me for today. Have we been live for what, 5 hours? Let me see here. Did I get? Okay, so that's showing where he is. Molly, I'm sorry, I didn't even see this, hon. This is the map showing where he's at, where they believe he's at, I guess. Right about there. And that's his family property too, I'm guessing. Yeah, I know. It happens in bigger cities and it's not a big deal, but when it happens in a small area, it turns out to be a huge thing. It's all sad. Every bit of it's sad.
Yeah.
Every single. Yeah, it's the address for him on file. Right. All right. I don't have anything new being sent to me. And I don't have any. Milo, calm down. Okay. Yep, that's it. Well, folks, like I said, I think that's going to do it for me today. I'm burnt out anyway. I didn't sleep that much last night. I only slept like 3-4 hours, I think. Thank you guys for joining me today. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. I may just fall asleep and not wake back up until tomorrow. Thank you all for tuning in with us today in regards for the Kohberger hearings. I'm sorry I couldn't do better. I gave you the best I could with that, which I was surprised I got what I could get out of that. I was surprised, to be honest with it. Yeah, I agree with you on that, Bonnie. I hope nothing else comes from that. I haven't heard anything from AR at all. It was weird.
He went to Idaho and disappeared.
He went to Idaho and he talked to me a little bit, said it was chaos. Poof. So I don't know what's going on. I hope he's okay. That's about it, folks. So I appreciate you guys tuning in with me today. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. And like I said, I don't know what I'm doing tonight, but I'm a little disappointed. I'll just put it that way. And that's to be. It is what it is. Thank you again, Mama Bear, for jumping in here at the end. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Even though you worked all day, you still jumped in here. We appreciate you very much. I hope you guys. I wish I could have given you guys more than I did. I feel really bad about that, but that's the best I could get. And if I get any kind of updates on anything with the main scenario, I will let you guys know that too. We had 400 and some odd people in here today. That was really awesome. I love and respect you all so very much for that. And again, God bless you all. I don't know if they're going to show the hearing. I've been looking and looking and looking. I don't see anything. I would have thought would have dropped by now. It probably will after we're done. Either way, tomorrow, if so, you know what I mean? So, I still would like to have that conversation with Sarge live about corruption. Just a real quick, because I was going to update on the Chelsea Grimm scenario. At some point, I never got to do that. That ex-boyfriend of hers, that we were looking for was arrested. So that did happen, and that's the only update there was thus far that I've seen. So we still don't know what's going on with Chelsea. I would like to know. Bryan, I don't think so, buddy. I'm burnt out. I'm really I can't.
He's gonna sit down on that comfy couch and be out.
Yeah, I probably will fall asleep. I got kids here too. My grandkids about to carve pumpkins, so I got to go run and do that stuff too. But thank you guys for hanging with us all day long. And I appreciate that more than anything. Everybody that or anybody that donated anything or any of the super chats, the memberships, you guys are amazing. I absolutely can't even express how much I appreciate that. All of the info that was sent through with you guys, from you guys, I appreciate that very much as well. This is the part I hate about growing my beard out. It's just like crazy at this point. Sorry.
Yeah.
So guys, if you do, yeah, it will.
I'm saying it doesn't bother me when I grow mine out.
Yeah, well, I'd be interested to see that, just so you know. That's right. We will catch up tomorrow, guys, at some time. I love you guys so very much. I appreciate you guys so very much. Don't change a thing about yourselves because you are the beautiful people, guys. And don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Mama Bear, thank you. I appreciate you, and I love you so very much as well. Moderators, you're amazing. I love you all. Everybody else, I will see you all on the other side. Have a great night. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. I have the next 3 days off, so I'll see ya.
You'll be talking. You know that, right? You'll be talking to me.